Hello, folks. Can't wait to jump into this one. I've heard it's positively huge. I still have to do the battle pass from last week and weekly, so gotta hop onto Wiz one way or the other. Hello, duckies. Chat is not on screen. That is because I do not have the right thing on. Hold on, I'll fix that 1 second. I know it's okay. Chill, man, chill. Just a second. Why do I have both of these? Why do I have two chats? What the hell's going on? The shit's going on. Yeah. There we go. Sorted. I might as well put a Muse on there while I'm at it. Nah, actually, I can't be bothered. Never mind. Oh, that's not linked. Linked scenes, wizardry. There we go. All sorted. How are you today, Breadstick? What do we got to work with here today? Basically fucking nothing. 6 Heroes of the Vanguard. For a limited time only, we're holding the featured adventurers 6 Heroes of the Vanguard, where legendary adventurers appear at the rate of 1% each. So it's a 6% banner. Alice, Yeka, Aldrich, Shio, Galbardus, Gillian. Fucking great. Additionally, the following general adventurers will appear at a higher rate than usual. Cool. Yeah, great. Raven Dagger. I suppose it's an opportunity for people to get Raven Daggers. Yeah, great. Thanks, Daphne. Limited time special subjugation request has been posted at the Adventurers Guild in each region. This is because of a sure monster eradication. It looks like this is just an extra daily. There's a whole damn lot of them, so expect to fight one battle right after another without a break. We're calling them adventurers who have skill and guts. Step up. I didn't know they could get a Berserk collab. Oh. Right, challenge of the humble adventurer missions. Another battle pass? Ooh. This is finally fixed. It took them a little while. The unending deaths thing. Moving an adventurer to an empty position in the formation during battle may cause progression to be impossible. Oh dear. Knowledge may be acquired at a point when it should not be attained. Okay. Wow.
That was quite fun.
Oh yeah. I got cut off in my prime yesterday. Wait. How are you doing? Window capture? Hello? Window capture? Hello? Window capture? Hello? Hello, window capture? Come in. Window capture? Oh god, what have they done now? What have they done now? What have they changed? Why does my window capture not capture my Daphne properly? What the fuck have they done now? Sometimes, man. Sometimes I wonder. What can we do about this? If anything. I guess I'll try restarting Daphne. In the hopes that that will somehow fix this. Why do they do this to me, man? Yeah, where's any changes? Nah, it's a dead patch. Why are you capturing? What the fuck? What are you up to? Why are you suddenly capturing Steam? What on earth have they done, man? Hold on. Let me just check that this isn't me. Limbus is fine. Right? Limbus is fine. Yeah, Limbus is absolutely fine. Why can they just not be normal? Why can they not? Why do they have to make changes to their fucking? They probably like mess with the anti-cheat or something again. Oh my dear god, man. So annoying. Like, why can they just not have a normal game? Alright, capture, isn't it? On here. I've broken this. How are you, Bellico? Right, so yeah, the window capture's fine. Window capture's fine on Granblue. Window capture's absolutely fine on Granblue. Game capture's absolutely fine on Limbus. Wiz is completely fucked. What the fuck, man? Why? But why though? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me so much? Just not picking it up. Uh... Is this it? Is this the end of Wizardry? Like, I can't, I genuinely can't capture the game. Are there other people streaming Wizardry right now? I think these guys are both on screen capture. I don't want to use screen capture. This is insane, man. This is absolutely insane. I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. Like, I can't use game or window capture to capture Wizardry anymore. Wait, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I fucking knew. It's something that they've done. They've fiddled with the anti-cheat or something again. It's working on every other game. It doesn't work on Wizardry. It's the same as last time when they fucked with the anti-cheat and then I couldn't game capture it anymore. And now I can't window capture it either. It's so dumb, man. I bet it's due to the encoding. I bet it's due to the vertical encoding. I can't do anything about that. Fuck a duck, man. No wizardry ever. That's fucked, man. Like, why can they not just have a normal game? Why do they have to have such ridiculous anti-cheat shit on it? Oh, it's so awkward, dude. What do I do to capture this? That doesn't involve me just showing the whole screen. Room just released. Cool. Hello, sweetie pie. What the hell? And my display capture won't even capture it. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude, that's so awkward, man. Come on, sweetie. No. Not right. Not for a second. Yeah, that is a last resort kind of deal. I actually can't believe this, man. I don't know. It's only ever wizardry. Why do they have to be so special? OBS made a tweet. Certain games are having an issue. Ah, okay, it's fine then. Game capture doesn't work for wizardry anyway. Like the window capture is not capturing wizardry. The issue. Yeah, I guess it must be that. Well. Thanks, Rim. I appreciate you asking. Thanks, Silver Palace. Yeah, it's all good. This display capture 2. Display capture 2. Sweetheart, you are not helping my right now, my little love. Being a little menace. You're very sweet though. I'm just sorting my vertical. Vertical. Right. Okay, this will do for now. This is my display capture. I really don't like using display capture, but needs must. Right. Buffs active for this week? No fucking idea. What is it, this one? Enhancement discount campaign and Day of Blessing, Treasures of the Abyss. Yeah, they got some urgent thingy quest daily thing, goblin waves or something.
Looking for a rare jewel among jewels.
Don't let me buy the thingy. Buy our bone. Mission pass. Remains of the General Adventurer. Great, yeah, I guess. Really knocking it out of the park with these battle passes. I need to do my dailies from yesterday because I did not manage to do them all downtime. Let's do that quickly.
Good job.
No new buffs as far as I know, no.
This bores me.
Interlopers, be gone! I end you.
The palace looks alright. I mean, it's just a fucking open world action RPG, dude. It's just nothing special whatsoever. It's more fucking generic dross. Put as many coats of paint or something as you want to, but it doesn't make it not smell like shit.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such trouble. I am on the defensive. Who could have guessed adventuring could be quite so entertaining? Well done. As expected. Hey. Good job.
So we've got a little quest in the capital, I think, the Goblin quest or something to have a look at. I've got a couple of battle passes to do.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery.
Urgent daily, yeah.
I am on the defensive. That would hit me? I am on the defensive. I suppose that's passable.
You did a good deed.
Hey. Good job.
That was Lana. She said that would hit me.
You need not sully your hands with such
I don't know
drudgery.
really what it means.
I am on the defensive.
No, it was Lana. Yeah, it was Lana.
How devious.
Why'd you have to be like that?
I am Expect no ill will. They feel more brave when I enjoy the sight of the
You did a good deed.
On here. Something exciting in the announcements. It's just a bug thing. Okay. Okay. Oh, I need to claim the our gems, daily gems. No, I don't. No, I don't. I already did it.
Oh, blessing of Agora.
We might as well do this here, I guess.
This place is as gloomy as always.
You beat the doll boss. Congrats, Sage. Well done, man. More than 5 cycles? I don't even know how that works. I don't even know what you're talking about. Those are cycles.
Spit it out. What are you looking to enhance? It's finished.
Yeah, true, Brett. Well, almost. The definite legitimate demographic. A win's a win.
Don't
A
like
win
look at
is
this.
a win.
You're taking this party adventuring? You kidding?
Oh, he just needs leveling up.
Better not be a headache coming my way.
Whatever you say. Ah. A maiden must be ever immaculate.
Maiden must be ever immaculate. You're absolutely right, Alice. I know that all too well. As a maiden myself.
I guess I'm hitting my stride.
Rinny.
You take pleasure in seeing comrades.
Is the final boss easier than the doll boss? Yeah. More people struggle with the packs that are leading up to the boss than the boss on Max Corrosion. Come on. What are our passes? There's no point in looking at that yet, is there? Get back to the capital. Can I beat it at my level? Yeah, you should be able to. If you can get through Dole, you could probably get through the last boss. But again, yeah, the packs leading up to the last boss are what usually give people more trouble than the boss itself.
Welcome. How How
We
can
need
I
our
help?
weekly
Anything
from
catch
here.
your fancy? Anything catch your fancy?
Search for an adventurer who hasn't returned.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, I don't want this, do I? Wait, where's the other quest? The ancient grounds of Materia Mythica.
Have a good.
I don't do these quests. I can't be bothered.
Anything catch your fancy?
Oh, that's the weekly. Fuck. I got bamboozled. I need the weekly.
Anything catch your fancy?
So where is it? Is it not on Lignalia?
Have a good one.
Where is this supposed goblin quest? Ah, it's the iceberg. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just came from there. Just any place. Well, it wasn't there. It wasn't in Lignalia. It's not here either. So, guess I'm not doing that. Might have done it by mistake. Yeah, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Yeah, maybe I already did it when I was just in my dailies. So yeah, I may have just done it.
Welcome. How
But
can
that
I help
what are
you
you
today?
doing, Chili? You little rat.
Have a good one.
Right, we got our weekly.
This place is as gloomy as always.
How you doing, Kepazor? No, 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 no. I did one before I changed the game catcher. Nah, I did one last night. Oh yeah, we had 3 quests there. So yeah, one of those that I just did must have been the thing. I didn't even notice.
Turn back? Whatever.
What do you mean by packs? Are there bosses? More bosses than Dol? I mean, the packs of mobs, packs of monsters before the boss.
This place is as gloomy as always.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Bellico. Yeah, it's very normal. Yes, Sage, it's very normal. But the packs on the top floor, before the boss are brutal. They are absolutely savage, and yeah, more people get stuck and die on those than the actual boss on Max Corrosion. So just be aware. They are brutes. If you can get through those without even noticing them, then you'll probably be fine on the boss.
Welcome to the guild. Anything catch your fancy?
Night Butcher.
Anything catch your fancy?
Grandchild Party Rescue.
Anything catch
And
your
March
fancy?
of the Undead. Is it true that before Abyss 4, I'd have to do Abyss 3 times in total? No, that's not true at all. You can do Abyss 3 times in total if you want to unlock all of the routes and things. And a lot of people do. But that hasn't changed. If you follow guides and or are like strong-minded, can figure it out, you should only have to do Abyss 3 twice to proceed to Abyss 4. Merely twice. No, Xage. You will have to do Abyss 3 twice. You need to go back through and do it right the second time. You may find that you need to do it more than that if you don't do it right the second time. You'll get a new ability and you'll be able to change the dungeon.
Hey, you.
If I want to retry Abyss 1 for an even better ending, it doesn't progress in Abyss 2 reset, my advice would be to get to a Well of the Mind checkpoint in Abyss 2 and then go back and do it.
Well,
So
where
that
do we
you
go
can
next?
wheel back to where you left off after you're done messing around in Abyss 1.
Well, where do we go next?
Basement 3 for some Ents, Leonardo. Delicious Ents. Yum yum.
Wait,
Let us sneak in.
we can now continue forward. Let us show our valor.
Lang news, nah, that it's just from yesterday, Senna. I had that in my title yesterday as well. Just on the off chance any of the old Langrissa people see it and aren't already interested.
That's help.
A tricky one.
What is this?
What am I doing? I'm doing weekly Sage.
Wait,
Still didn't finish investigating the Disman blood. Yeah, they'll be on that any day now, Capisora. It's surely a priority, and they will definitely fix that. any day now.
are you ready?
Is there nothing else to do? I could grind.
Shall we go out again today?
I could do grinding, but I don't particularly want to. I could grind for better gear.
They are no match.
Oh
for
yeah,
us.
shit! I forgot to. Okay, hold on. Oh man, this is such a
I am
pain,
on the
dude.
defensive. That's amazing.
Thanks, Alex.
I dodged it. I am on the
It
defensive.
is done.
Sorry, I had to fuck around with my wizardry a lot to get it
Careful
to
now.
display. I ended up having to use display capture. Thanks, Alex. I would have totally forgotten. Appreciate it.
They are no match for us.
I end you.
Have at you.
Who am I grinding? I'd like to be grinding Alex.
Defensive.
4, 7 to 8 of the Abyss one are so bad. They have a lot of mobs in them, yes.
This is a fine party.
You can do it, Rag.
Underwhelming. Right.
You got this. I believe in you. Kind of sucks, at least in GBF, when I grind, I look forward to Guild War. What kind of sucks, sorry? That I don't want to do the grinding, but lots of people do want to grind. Like, you can grind towards all sorts of things in this game, I just don't want to do it. It's, like, you have to make that decision for yourself when you get there.
Have a good one. Adventuring is so fun.
It is so fun, Lily. Like every gacha game is like that, man. Like every gacha game has no real end-to-end content. It's like, do you want to do the gameplay loop grind? Yes or no? And sometimes it's a yes, and sometimes it's a no. At the moment, it's a no for me in Wizardry. Like gacha games, as much as people might seem to think that gacha games are something that you can just do all the time, that you can just play all the time, it's not realistic for most people. Some people really like things so much that they just do them endlessly, but that is not the case for most people. Maybe you'll get to the end game of Wizardry and you'll want to just grind all day long every day.
I am on the defensive.
Get there first and then you can tell for yourself.
It is finished.
Either way, you can enjoy the journey until you get there.
This is a fine party.
All of you. What could be inside?
Disarming.
Always they're trying to get out of the dungeon. Yeah, welcome to Wizardry, Rag.
It's done.
That's the way it should be. If you're not almost dying in Wizardry, you're doing something wrong. My mage, I don't have a mage.
An enemy.
I'm not 100% sure who you're talking about. You're talking about Burke?
I'll trick you up.
Eineke.
I have your back.
Yeah, she's like kind of paladin.
Oh. A sound victory.
Yeah, not sure which one.
Could be quite so entertaining.
They're just swinging around a two-hander. It's pretty normal two-hander damage. Oh, the weekly dropped adventure remains just cool. Ah, yeah, it's Eineke. Yeah, she's like a paladin, sort of.
Wait.
Did you inherit the Abenius scale? Yeah, I did. All of my characters have an Abenius on them apart from Alice. No, it's okay, Rag.
This is a troublesome thing.
She's a collab character. She's a Blade and Master collab character.
I am on the defensive. Let's not bully the
This is a
wizard.
fine
I
party.
wanted to enjoy a prolonged torture session.
Get me out. Get me out of here. Oh yeah, of course we need to camp as well. Tell me which gear stats are a must for which attribute.
Welcome to the Guild Tavern.
For
where
which
legends are
attribute?
born.
I don't understand what you mean by which
Anything catch
attribute.
your fancy? I'm glad you made it back safely. That was quite fun. When shall we do it again?
Generally though, on your front line, you're going to want probably evasion. And attack, assuming there are attackers.
Anything catch your fancy?
Surety eventually down the line.
I'm glad you made
Back
it
row,
back safely.
physical damage dealers, you don't need defensive
Choose a
stats. You can do
challenging
attack
task.
and surety. Mages, you want action speed and magic. Priests, you want action speed and divine power. Have a character type, yeah, sure. That would be some free lunacy.
I'm glad you made it back.
You want some, like, a little bit of resistance on everyone.
When shall we do
About
it?
100 is the sweet spot of
Right.
resistance on everyone.
Anything catch your fancy?
But yeah, this is all, like, later down the line
Glad you
stuff.
made it back safely. Well done. As expected. Have a good one.
Let's go to floor
Adventuring is
5.
so fun.
Go down and get the weekly chest.
Onward.
I needed hot fixing about, like, I don't know, a couple of weeks
What
ago.
is this?
An enemy.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
They'll not escape. I am on the defense. Hold no ill will.
This is a fine
To enjoy
party.
a prolonged torture session.
I wonder if we're going to get any kind of content update before
Disarming.
or the Final Fantasy thing.
It's done.
What a huge patch. Oh, dude. Everything. Imagine something and then multiply that by a
This is the
million
essence
and you're
of
still not there.
exploration.
Disarming.
That's how much content there is in Wizardry today.
It's done.
This way.
Another, yeah, absolutely fucking nothing.
A corpse. How pitiful.
A tricky one.
Let us be off. I'll do it. Stay back.
Interlopers. I end you.
Leave it to me. I am on the
It
defensive.
is done.
Yeah, it looks... it looks not great. For me, it looks so fucking generic. It's just... same shit, different coat of paint.
Tricky one.
They are no match for us.
I end you.
Any bit's gone.
I am on
Any
the
bite is a
defensive.
new one. Who to look forward to in the gacha? To the gacha? In this, Yuzu, probably. That's something for Raven Dagger now.
They were rather
I've already got 2 Raven Daggers. That I don't use. Why would I need another?
We have the initiative. Praise be to our God. I am on the defensive. How's this? I suppose that's passable.
What?
I am on the defensive.
Lana has so much HP. I've seen Lana with 900 and something HP. I don't feel I feel weak these days. I feel very weak.
Oh, a treasure chest? What could be inside?
Whenever you try to equip a shield on your character to unequip their weapon, that's probably because they're using a two-hander, right?
There's something here.
Oh, bone picker. Hello.
Someone appears to be there.
Both Jaman. Why not both?
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Oh, shit. That was not what I meant to do. I meant to path out. Oops. Oopsie.
The coordinates to reach
A
are over
whoopsie
there.
daisy. This
The
one.
coordinates to reach
That's the
are
symbol
over
that I'm
there.
looking for. They release a Spartan who can one-hand a spear. That would be cool. Should I replace two-handed with a one-handed weapon and shield? No. Absolutely not. You should be using two-handers all the
What do you
time.
think this is?
Two-handers are so much better than one-handers. It's crazy.
I could go for a hot meal right now.
We need to... I guess we're handing our shit.
Welcome to the Guild Tavern.
If you feel like your character needs to constantly defend and never attack, then sure.
Anything catch your fancy?
Even then, I'd rather have the option to two-handed hit something. Same with Alice and Yeka. It's complicated. Early on, you're probably much better off with a
Have a good
staff.
one.
When you start getting really powerful, you probably want to swap to a one-hander and shield for action speed reasons. But until you get to that point, you're better off with the raw stats on the two-handed staff, probably. We need to go camp. Yeah, quite often in this game, defending with the whole of your front line is a very reasonable thing to do. A lot of new players don't understand defending. They don't get defending, but defending is very powerful in this game.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
This is a good opportunity.
I end you.
Have at you.
Are you alright? I am on the defense indeed.
Yeah, opening is such a powerful mechanic.
Your command never ceases to amaze me magnificently.
It doesn't deal triple the amount of damage. What it does is it deals an amount of damage equal to a percentage of their health on top of your regular hit.
What is this?
It's very powerful.
This place relaxes me somehow.
How do I opening? You defend, and then when the enemy attacks you, while you're defending, it will get an opening on it. It has a short cooldown on it. Once it's had an opening, it won't get another opening until it has acted again.
It takes me back. This way, right?
What is it?
A job well done.
Yeah, they're brutes, Rugby. They are. They're absolute brutes. You'll get that though. Whoops. I did not need to claim that. Okay, well, what do these battle passes look like? This is just win battles and do shit, right? That's fine. Goblins, slimes. We can do that in church grounds, can't we? Slimes and goblins are both in church grounds. Church grounds, here we come. Watch out, world.
What is
We've
it?
been here before.
My gear is not very good. So like I think I should be doing church grounds over Alabaster, just for like the general equipment. My gear fucking sucks.
We must press on.
Not that I'm ever gonna open any of it anyway.
Infiltrating. A tricky one.
A troublesome foe. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
My gear is not that great, Radius.
It is finished.
It's good compared to like most of the player base, but it's not good compared to
Quite
like, people with actual gear in this game.
Disarming. It's done.
Let us be off. We have the initiative. Praise
Slimes.
right? I am on the
No,
defensive.
indeed.
Slimes.
I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone. It is finished.
I feel more brave
I
when
will
you
wear
all
far
focus here.
magnificently.
What, from discipline, Red Stick? just swipe. Just swipe, sir. Or go back in time and play the game earlier.
We must press on.
One or the other.
A tricky one.
Let us be off. Onward.
An enemy.
Something's here. Do you think
Treasure,
we can open it? Perhaps.
Disarming. It's done.
Yeah, it sounds like a way simpler option.
This way, right?
Finding more enemies in a gacha game. Yeah, that's kind of
I'm on the defensive.
what the game's all about. It's about like, well, that's what they say. It's like
We've done a lot of killing.
savor the risk, right? Start worrying about gear.
What do you think is inside?
You start worrying about gear when you start struggling against the mobs, which will probably be near the start of Abyss 3. Probably.
Something is there.
Got tallow.
Let us be off.
That's always so. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. That's amazing.
That it doesn't matter whether anyone beats Garda or not. They will mark that to 100%, guys.
Do you think we can open
Come on.
it?
Disarming.
Doesn't matter how many people have actually beaten Garda.
It's done.
Planning to add any more tiers to gear? They'll add another tier when they add a new Abyss.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive. Have at you.
Oh, I just realised. In the battle pass, it said kill
I dodged
goblins, right?
I'm on the defensive.
Oh my.
Not what was the term that they used before?
I am on the defensive.
Half demi-humans. Demi-humans.
Impressive.
Yeah, they said goblins, right? Not demi-humans. They've never used that before in the game terms.
Please say that as much as I.
Yeah, goblins, not demi-humans. Because goblins are the only thing in the game that they call demi-humans to start with. I guess they've renamed it. In English now?
It's done.
Because that's really confusing to people when they say demi-humans. It's like, what's a demi-human? Yeah, maybe.
I wonder what lies ahead.
Why is the MC in the back row? Because he's safer there? He's got a spear. Yeah, he's got a spear. Yeah, the power of spear. Oh yeah.
I could go for a hot meal right now.
Spears are incredibly good. Spears are even quite good on the front row because they let you hit past a level of monsters.
Onward.
Oh fuck. Not the right button.
Infiltrating an enemy. This bores me.
Are you alright? No, indeed.
Yeah, spears are the only two-handed weapon that drop in Alabaster. Spears and bows.
On the defensive.
So you may end up like using a spear,
Ill will.
even in the front row. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Spears are a great weapon.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Attending guard a third route since I'm building Lana as a knight now. Cool.
What's inside? Infiltrating.
I don't know anything about One Piece, sorry.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
Have at you. I am on the defensive. That would hit me? Yes. I am on the defensive. Oh, a treasure chest?
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Undead gear is so rare to come by. Yeah, it's not common.
This way.
You only really need like a 1-star white weapon and you're good anyway though. You're not really looking to get like a mega undead weapon. Just a simple, just any undead weapon will do really.
At you. I am on the defensive.
Such a huge power bump, like using any undead weapon versus not using an undead weapon on undead.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. What could be inside?
Infiltrating.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Agora's blessing.
Maybe, Bellico, maybe.
I am on the defensive.
You dirty dog.
I feel more brave when I fall under the heat of blood as much as I. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Is it not treasure?
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming.
Oh god.
This is
Annoying. It's done.
The coordinates to reach
Mimics.
are over there. Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Do you open all your shit instantly? Be'lakor?
You've done a lot.
Not
of
even a
killing.
second thought. You're just like, yeah, I need to open this now.
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I mean, what do you think is inside?
Disarming.
You fell asleep mid-convo.
It's done. A tricky one.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Lad.
I end you.
Probably the smart thing to do for him.
I am on the defensive. I will heal the blessing of Agora. I suppose that's passable.
So that has wind attribute. Not sure if it's advantageous against Abyss 1 mobs. It will be
Leave this to me.
most of the warped ones in Abyss 1,
I am on the defensive.
including the bosses, are weak to wind. Even though they're not earth type. Oddly enough. They are just weak to wind. I think it's to teach you about elemental advantages.
An enemy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
Careless. Leave it to me.
So it's not wind, is it? It's air in this game.
Leave this to me.
Gotta get my terminology down.
On the defensive.
It is a one-hander, yeah.
Command.
He may be better off just using a two-hander nowadays, I'm not sure. It's hard to say.
Opportunity.
Have at you.
There is indeed, yep. Pretty standard.
I am on the
Water,
defensive.
fire, air, earth. Water, fire, air, earth. And then you have dark and light. Dark and light are weak to each other. So really standard.
What do you think is inside?
Elements are all strong. They are dark and light are also strong against themselves. That's right, right? I'm not mixing up my games here.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Dark is
The
like, at the
coordinates to
moment at
reach are
least, and
over
has been
there.
for a very long time, the best type in the game, like by a really, really, really long way. A lot of enemies use dark skills,
A treasure chest.
dark magic,
Do as you will
nukes,
with what's inside.
and barely anything in the game uses light magic. Need to update their tutorial system. They like it that way. It's that way for a reason. They want people to figure things out as they go along. It's meant to be old school like that.
The initiative. Praise be to Agora's blessing. I am on the defensive.
Nah.
I feel more brave when I enjoy the sight of blood as much as I. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done. Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Well, that's the other thing of what they intended to do with the way that they designed wizardry. They want people to talk to each other and like figure things out between them, like the old days.
A tricky one.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Which is why it's especially bad in this game when people spread misinformation. because like there's no info in the game to back it up. Wizardry content, nah, there's nothing here. Penguins,
Disarming.
nothing to see here, mate.
It's done.
How you doing?
A tricky one.
Yeah, the game's demographic is like people in their mid 40s.
Praise be to
That
a
really kind of says it all.
blessing. We have at you. Yes, I am on the defensive. This, how impressive. I am on the defensive. Your command never ceases to amaze me. God as much as I. What could be inside?
Oh my god, really, Penguins? Jesus, man. I'm so sorry. I hope you're alright. Yeah, I know quite a few young people who play Wiz. But that's, yeah, not really their target audience.
I look forward to our return.
Yeah, there's a bit more stuff on YouTube, Rag. There are some creators who make some shit for Wizardry on YouTube nowadays. But it's still a bit sparse. I think so, Breadstick, yeah.
What is
Yeah,
it?
they do, Bellico.
An enemy.
Especially the more modern characters that they've made, because they've updated the engine a few times. They look really good, in my opinion. I really like the way the characters in Wizardry look.
Have at you. I am on the
Some of the old ones look really, really junky, like Lana. But even those, I think they have a certain charm to them.
It is finished.
A sound victory, just as expected.
A tricky one.
What could be inside?
Disarming.
Oh my god.
Annoying. It's done.
Ugh.
Let us be off.
Opportunity.
You better get used to her as a fighter. Bellico.
Interlopers. I end you. I end you.
You'll probably get a wandering Lana eventually. Her altar.
Impressive. You fill me with pride. Have at you. I am on the defensive.
It is done.
This is the essence of exploration.
I actually really don't like Wana at all. I don't like the way Wana looks whatsoever.
It's done.
I prefer either of the base forms to Wana. Yeah, I think everyone does for him. It's one of the most called for features, but I don't know, maybe it's difficult for them to implement.
Let us show our valor.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Can I equip a two-handed weapon and a shield? No. Nothing can equip a two-handed weapon and a shield.
A sound victory, just as expected. To anyone. I mean,
A tricky one.
no. I am on the defensive.
Limbus is a much bigger studio than Daphne. I don't know if people realise that.
Have at you. I am on the
The
defensive.
number of developers that are working on Daphne is actually fucking tiny.
Hold no ill will. I feel more brave when I fall under the fear of God as much as I. Something's here.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
They had a stream or something yesterday, really? Showing charts, yeah. They do that every so often.
Infiltrating.
Dreecom, like, when you throw around the word, like, the name Dreecom, you gotta understand that Dreecom actually has nothing to do with Wizardries.
On the defensive.
Wizardry systems, its development. They are totally disjointed from the studio that the developers who actually make Wizardry. Tiny little team.
Treasure.
Do you think we can open it?
Yeah, I don't think they're doing that for the Wizardry devs. From speaking with them, I get the feeling they are.
Onward.
They're worked. They're worked pretty hard.
Careless. Have at you. This will be your grave. Yeah. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride. Your command never ceases to amaze me.
sight of blood as much as I.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
Onward.
This bores me.
I am on the defensive.
I end you.
Your traits don't match. I am on the defensive. What could be inside?
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they must have pushed an update. Okay.
What do you think is inside? This way, right?
An enemy.
A tricky one.
Let us show our
Maybe from a catcher will work now. Probably not. I'll give it a go though. No. OBS will probably need an update if it is an OBS thing.
Let us quickly do away with this round.
Got my auto would reset.
See to the wounded.
Just there sitting about, just like, battle's taking a while.
Blood as much as I have your back. I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
One of the Final Fantasy 11 characters, let's wait and see like what they're like first. Probably not, no. Maybe for Inherits? That's all I'm ever really looking for now is Inherits.
This is the essence of exploration.
An enemy.
What is this?
Why do they make it so you can swap Inherits around where you play different characters? Yeah, probably. I mean, we'll have to wait and see on that. Don't know. I just kind of like playing with my party. I don't want to have to swap a load of adventurers around.
What is it?
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Final Fantasy XI rerun, almost certainly. So it's one and done with those guys. You can use Doppel Silvers eventually to raise them up.
I dodged it? I don't wanna move. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
Have at you. That would hit me. I am on the defensive.
Why not use Rene new skill? You farm faster.
What do you think
Can't be
is
bothered.
inside?
Disarming. It's done. An enemy.
Something's here.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive. How impressive.
It is finished.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Let us be off. Something's here. Treasure, perhaps?
An enemy.
A
Whoops.
treasure chest. This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done. Infiltrating.
We're gonna have to go back for that chest that we missed.
How about that? I am on the defensive.
I end you.
Impressive.
It is finished.
A treasure chest?
This is a good opportunity.
Have at you. I am on the defensive.
Watch them make a Yeezy banner right after K-Lab. What, another one? Just keep rerunning Yeezy. Very efficient with your arena since you have a bunch of Deborah inherit. Yeah, I just don't want to.
Magnificently.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Onward.
Pretty much. Why do you not want to get this chest? Like, what's the matter with you?
Inside.
Like, it's literally saying there's no chest here. But there's a chest right here. What the hell?
Onward.
Ah, wizardry.
We have the initiative. Praise be to a
I
glorious
end
blessing.
you.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
A sound victory. Just as expected. Lose to anyone. Do you
It's
think
like,
we can
even
open
if
it?
you don't want Yuzu for some reason, you still are going to want the hairpin, probably. Even if you don't run another ninja, like for MC or whatever. Excuse me. The hairpin's just gross.
I look forward to our return to town.
Thanks, Pelico. Oh, whoops, I didn't really mean to click that. Oh well. Better than some.
Let us be
Radius,
off.
better than some.
The coordinates to reach are
An enemy. A tricky one. This bores me.
Yeah. Like, I think people grossly misunderstand the rates on those weapons. It is extremely likely for you to get 1 or 2 star green or white. Extremely likely. So if you have anything that's even 3 stars, you should probably be happy. And if you have anything that's blue, you should probably be happy.
I am on the defensive. That's amazing. Mercy to the wounded. Your command never ceases to amaze me.
An enemy.
I mean, I have your back.
Interlopers. I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Yeah, I mean, there's bound to be. It's what, 1%. 1% to get a 5-star red, I believe.
Treasure.
I have.
Hi, Mythic Foot. What's up?
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
What's going on? Hey!
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
the coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
What is this, reusing the old legendary crap? Ah, yes.
Opportunity.
They do reruns. It's not a great banner. It is 6% for what it's worth, but yeah, it's not a great banner. Wouldn't recommend it.
Done a lot of killing.
Can't you hire a dwarf guy to help you with Garda now? Yeah, if you're willing to pay gems to do so. He doesn't stay with you for very long either. Like 200 gems for an hour or something?
Defensive.
Oh dear.
Yes, I must see to the wounded. I feel more brave when I fall under the flame of blood as much as I. What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Dread an enemy.
What could be inside? Onward.
Some cats and Alice's. Yeah, everyone in the game needs Alice's.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive. Take this!
Our traits do not match.
Are you alright? I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Cat. Who is Cat?
Something's here. What do you think is inside?
Cat.
Disarming. It's done.
Cat.
This way, right?
Who? Yeah, who's Cat?
This bores me. I end you.
I am on the defensive.
Oh, Yekaterina. Yeah, sure.
Your command?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Steals blood as much as I.
I've never heard of someone refer to her as cat before. I usually see Yeka. I was like, who the fuck is Cat? I was like, Catalina?
Leave it to me.
Catalina from Grand Blue Fantasy? I'm pretty sure Mythic is not talking about Grand Blue Fantasy. You're a freak, Radius, so that's not really surprising.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Ah, I see Mythic Foot.
Must see to the wounded.
It's alright, you're a lovable freak, Radius.
That was scary.
He named her Yeah.
What is it?
Onward.
Hey, yeah.
An enemy. A tricky one.
You could sport Radius.
Leave it to me. I'll cast my spell. I am on the defensive.
I end you.
What is this treachery? I am on the defensive. I will heal the blessing of Agora.
Even a lot of killing.
A tricky one.
This is the essence of exploration.
If you know, you know.
Have at you. Leave it to me. How about that? You.
Acronym brain rot.
I must see to the wounded.
We have worried.
Do you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I? I mean,
This
Yeah,
is the
Mythic Foot.
essence of exploration.
This is so good.
Disarming. It's done.
Alice is a bit less necessary than she used to be because
This is the
Camille's so
essence
strong.
Of exploration.
But she's still extremely good.
Disarming. It's done.
let us be off.
An enemy.
A treasure chest.
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming.
Yeah, Yeka, Alice, Adam inherits. Everyone gets those. They get passed around.
An enemy is there. I am on the defensive. The types do not match. I am on the defensive.
Work out him missing goblins.
Unfavorable
Not
type.
as I like it. Thank you. I must be grounded. Something's
Ooh,
here.
Mythic Foot.
Do you think we can treasure? Perhaps.
Disarming. It's done.
Onward.
Would it be a terrible fighter? He gets 2 standard attacks most of the time. He does a lot of damage. He's just the same as any other fighter, really, isn't he?
Well done.
Like, the actual character doesn't really matter that much in this game generally. It's all about the class, and fighter is a fighter. He's alright, he's fine. What's up, Chi?
What is it?
This way, right?
Hard to go wrong with fighters.
A tricky one.
Yeah, subclass is kind of important. But only if you've unlocked the subclass. Nah, it doesn't trigger any more Mythic, but it's exactly the same as anyone else.
I am on the defensive.
Alice with Mage subclass, she gets some Malefic Winter Dispel. Yeah, it's really good.
I am on the defensive.
Mage Priest, timeless combination.
I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
You are a fine
I
leader.
feel like I could have guessed adventure could be quite so entertaining.
An enemy.
Ben's a crap fighter. Ben's one of the best fighters in the game. Probably the best general adventurer fighter.
Leave this to me. Have at
He's a
you.
dwarf. He's got a really good passive. And he has an attack discipline.
Leave this to
And he has a thief subclass. He's incredibly good. He's actually incredibly good.
I am on the defensive.
a treasure chest.
Kiraha's really good just because like Ninja is such a good subclass. Ninja's a really nutty subclass. Even if you don't use shedding, what's it called? Vitality Jutsu is just like 10% extra damage for free. It's like we're the warrior but better.
Oh, a treasure chest? What do you think is inside?
Elise is obviously really good as well. If you have a neutral carry like Shio
This to me.
or main character,
Well, it
Elise can be really good as well.
I feel more brave when I'm flying. Could be quite
Ninja
so
subclass is just cracked. Like Ninja subclass is just the best
coordinates
subclass.
to reach are
Hell,
over
like
there.
you would want Ninja subclass on like a mage or a priest if you could, because shedding is so fucking powerful. Like if Alice had like Ninja subclass, being able to shed would be absolutely insane. Like better than any other class would give. Yeah, just free action speed, exactly.
I end you.
I am on the defensive. No ill will.
Treasure.
Yeah, you get Empty Husk as well.
What do you think is inside?
Yeah, absolutely, you get Empty Husk as well. Like Ninja's is just a great subclass. Gale is just incredible. Everything about Ninjas is so
The
good.
coordinates to reach are over there.
Mhm.
I have your back.
Fantastic subclass. Fantastic class. Fantastic subclass.
Have at you.
Like I said when we were talking about like a new Ranger character, like why would they make a new Ranger character? They already made the best Ranger character in the game. Unfortunately, it's her second best class. Like what do they do with Ranger?
I am on the defensive.
They already broke Ranger.
I will feel the blessing of Agora. I am on the defensive.
It is
I
done.
must see to the wounded. What could be inside? Leave it to me.
Yeah, the XP is the downside, right?
I am on
And
the
it's
defensive.
inevitable you're gonna get it to max level. I've never beat the Abyss 3 final boss. Does the second run get harder? No, it isn't like Abyss 1 and 2 where the Abyss gets harder. However, you will need to manage the corrosion on the walls, and the lower the corrosion gets, the harder the final boss will be. So although the run won't be harder, the final boss will be harder.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
We got Wiz content. No, we don't have any fucking Wiz content.
Praise be to a
Pull
God.
the other one, Lilaria.
Leave this to me. Have
Your unrealistic expectations. It is such a dead patch. It's crazy. There's nothing. Just doing the battle pass.
I am on the defensive. No ill will.
Bugs counters content. Yeah, true.
A treasure chest. This is the essence of exploration.
I had a treasure chest a minute ago that, even though I was standing right next to it, the game was telling me that I could not auto path to the chest. Which is interesting. Hey, Quantum.
This is a troublesome thing. We must deal with it quickly.
High counter attack? What does counter attack do to it, Mythic Foot? Your best bet with that is to not get attacked by it. To just get lucky and not get attacked by it, or to defend with your front line when you know his action's coming up.
That would hit me.
Breaks the pummel. What, counter attack?
I am on the defensive.
Really? I've never ever once seen that.
This is the essence
Interesting.
of exploration.
Disarming.
This is annoying.
It's done.
You have it in a video. Cool.
This way, right?
We can't let the
Not
enemy take us
really, Mythic Foot. No.
We have at you. This will be your grave. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride.
No worries, man. Take care of yourself. Much love.
A sound
Thanks for hanging out for a while.
just as expected. Would be quite so
Do as
entertaining.
you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
The coordinates to reach are
Onward.
Storage, I mean, that's the ideal, but most people won't have that kind of evasion playing through Abyss 3. Hell, I don't even have that much, enough evasion to dodge the Greater What one now. A little bit disappointed with today's banner, truth be told. What does everyone think? Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's a pretty shit banner, isn't it?
Onward.
Pretty dog shit banner.
And a tricky one.
But I'd be disappointed with any banner. I just want content, really. Banners are not content.
let us show our valor.
Have at you.
Just a rerun. It's like a 6% banner. Bunch of old characters.
This bores me.
Leave this to
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
Yeah, you got half of the normal chance to get a singular character on that banner.
I will heal the blessing of Agora.
You all fought magnificently.
I mean, oh, a treasure chest?
Let us show our valor. Leave this to me.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
Hold no ill will.
Yeah, Renailed does look cool.
Adventure would be quite so entertaining.
This is the essence of exploration.
It's done. Infiltrating.
How are you, Miyabi? Just wake up. Lovely. A critical part of the day.
Job well done.
Whoops. Terrible clicking.
There's
We've
something here.
Been here before. This way, right?
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Agora's good. I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
Yes, the Citrus Hot Blossom Hairpin is a kunai. It runs on Yuzu no Miki's banner.
I am on the defensive. Mercy to the wounded.
This is the essence of
It is rather good.
exploration.
It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Rather good.
Treasure.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Treasure. Do as you will with what's inside.
The coordinates to reach are...
An enemy.
This is a good opportunity.
Have at you.
I need my 700 attack Rene. When discipline fixed. I think you'll be alright, Capital. Is Yuzu the most broken character? You say no.
I am on
In
the
my
defensive.
opinion,
Mercy to the wounded. That went well enough, didn't
in my opinion, the most important progression character in the game right now is Camille. In terms of damage dealers, I'd say that Shio has the most potential of any of the damage dealers. Not because she necessarily does the most damage, but because she has a ridiculous piece to her kit, which makes her versatile in situations which allow her to completely trivialize certain encounters, while also being a fucking disgustingly broken DPS.
I am on the defensive.
I don't think Yuzu comes close to Shio, honestly,
What do you think
as
is
much
inside?
hype as Yuzu gets.
Onward.
Yuzu's just damage, you know? Like, the charm thing comes up every now and again, but
Disarming.
it's not like Lingering Blossom.
It's done.
That said, as a character that you pull off a banner, like, Yuzu is a much more useful character than Shio.
Let
Like,
us be off.
with no other preparation. Shio would really like a lot of things,
I have
a lot of equipment and stuff. Yuzu doesn't even really need her hairpin.
at you.
She likes it, but like she doesn't really need it. She can just play kind of support almost.
I am on the defensive.
For a fresh player, Yuzu is the character that I would recommend the most. Nah, Livana's the character I'd recommend the most, then Yuzu.
Enemy. A tricky one.
Cheers, the one in the banner right now, yes. They do me, I'll be up.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing. I end you.
Yeah, I agree, Capisaur.
Defensive.
I agree. The most important character in the game right now, I honest to God, hand on heart, is Camille. For progression, if you are progressing on something hard, there is literally nothing in the game that will help you more than Camille does.
I am on the defensive. You all fought against adventure could be quite so entertaining.
Healer is a really balked, like, progression class.
This bores me.
The thing is with Yuzu, right? Yuzu is very replaceable. While Yuzu is great and all that, you could use literally any fighter in the entire game and they will perform a very similar role to what Yuzu's doing. Literally any fighter. Human Fig.
A tricky one.
What's the difference between Rene Alta and base Rene? I don't think there's that much of a difference. Rene Alta has a considerably worse discipline. In terms of what they provide when they're not merged to each other, base Rene has Moment of Finality, which is like a non-elemental magic nuke based off of her attack power. And Alta Rene has the Threefold Mist, which is like, I would say it's a much better attack in general. It's not, I don't think it's bugged, Cappy, so all the attack speed, action speed disciplines are like that. If anything, I think like the surety discipline might be bugged. I'm really not sure. Like, I don't know why surety gives so much surety and everything else gives like nothing relative. It's weird.
Your command never ceases to raise blood as much as I.
Like a Benius has that stunted action speed as well. It's all a bit fucked. As with many things in this game.
A job well
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't like to say. And it's probably not something that's a priority for them. They probably don't give a shit. You got more important things to worry about, like making a new Abyss.
What do you think this is?
The coordinates to reach are over there.
A tricky one.
This is a good opportunity.
I am on the defensive.
I don't think the bug fix devs are the same ones as the Code the Abyss is. Yeah, they are. I think you're vastly overestimating the size of the team that works on this game, Capisaur. They absolutely are.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully. I am on the defensive.
From what I understand, the dev team is small enough that everyone kind of helps out with everything.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Especially when there are deadlines. Doing some sort of side quest that pops up for Yakatarina. The undead in that dungeon are particularly powerful. It sounds like it's her personal quest.
They'll not escape.
You've done a lot of killing.
I am on the defensive.
You've done a lot of killing.
I must see to the wounded.
You are a fine leader.
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I. What could be inside?
This game is incredible, given the resources that the people behind it have.
It's done.
It's a shame that they don't get more.
Something's here. What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
But maybe it would ruin the magic. Who knows?
It's done.
Onward. Oh, a treasure. Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
Smart, Miyabi.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Agora's blessing. At you. I am on the defensive.
I end you.
It is finished.
I feel more brave than who could have guessed this adventure. What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Can't wait to crack those no-name and general adventurer bones. Holy moly.
What could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Holy moly.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
I have your back. I am on the defensive.
I must not be outdone.
I feel more brave when you have guessed adventure. Could be quite so entertaining.
What could be inside?
Disarming.
They're going to make those no-name bones, at least spam them in more events and maybe as weekly rewards, not mausoleums. Yeah. I don't know, man.
An enemy. A tricky one.
They test out a lot of different things.
Opportunity.
Like they pretty much live test a bunch of like different monetization options and that kind of thing, and see how they go. I think this is just the latest in the line of that.
Yep, I am on the defensive.
They're just learning as they go along.
I am on the defensive.
How long have I been playing Wizardry Variants Daphne? Pretty much since it came out. What, going on 2 years now? About a year and 9 months. Weird to see so wide. It's like MC has those shark eyes. What? Because like on PC, Sage, you play on mobile. Is there an anniversary event? There probably will be. Yeah.
What is it?
This
I
way.
wouldn't expect
An enemy.
immense things though.
This is a good opportunity.
Need another game like BG3.
Leave this to me. Have at you.
Yeah, there isn't really anything out there like BG3.
I am on the defensive.
There may never be anything out there quite like BG3. Well, you just really wanted it, Cabby. So you really want it, mate. No shame in that.
Please leave this to me. You need
Yeah,
not
he's a really
send
cool
me
guy.
drudgery.
Yeah, I'll
I
be.
am on the defensive.
I end you.
What is this? I am on the defensive. I dodged it? I will heal the Thank you. Blessing of Agora. That's amazing!
What are you doing right now? Is it event? I am just doing the battle pass.
An enemy.
Finishing the battle pass.
A treasure chest? What do you think is inside?
this is one of the grinding spots that that you can do in endgame. We're just filling out the battle pass here.
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
Let us be off.
A tricky one. An enemy.
Please leave this to me. You need not suddenly. Are you alright? No, indeed.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done. Treasure.
What do you think is inside?
I still want to play through Baldur's Gate Trilogy, but our schedule's looking a little bit more constricted than it did before. Due to EverQuest Legends. Probably going to be spending a decent amount of time on EverQuest Legends, I would guess.
That would hit me?
And we have Final Fantasy 11 collab on Wizardry in presumably next month. We have Limbus. I mean, that doesn't really take that much time, the Limbus Canto. Limbus Canto actually takes up 0 time base pretty much.
I am on the defensive.
Saw some people play EverQuest Legends. No, it launches properly on the 28th, I want to say. It's in the pre-order beta right now.
Onward.
Finally got to the arena. Don't worry, I knew something was off by now, how my characters were completely immobile. Good luck. I highly suggest the guide for arena. It's unpleasant. When's M&M show? Oh, when is Monster Memories? It should be the 1st of October. Should be. But yeah, I'll believe when I see it.
Shall we go?
Infiltrating.
No worries, Shikano.
This bores me.
Considering it's, you know, already been delayed twice this year, and it's difficult to really know how far they are along. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just believe it when I see it. I don't want to like overhype it.
I have your back. Have at you. I am on the defensive. Take this.
Flies faster.
I am on the defensive. Oh dear.
I really like believing things when I see them. Yeah, I do. I would heavily advise that if many other people do the same thing, do not believe things until you see them.
This is the essence of exploration. A treasure chest. The coordinates to read.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
This way, right? Is it not treasure?
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
Enfield is a tumor of the gacha community,
This way, right?
which is, of course, a tumor in itself.
Treasure.
This is the essence of exploration.
So that's really saying something.
Disarming. It's done. An enemy. A tricky one.
Adventuring is pretty fun, yeah.
Show our valor.
I am on the defensive.
Well, they've said that they are going to rework it, Lunaria, because much like Old Castle Ruins, they got a lot of negative feedback surrounding it. There was positive feedback as well, but like there was a lot of negative feedback based around the rewards and the difficulty.
That would hit me. You asked for this.
This is done.
At least it wasn't with PvP stuff. Yeah, that's true. I don't think people minded it that much. The fact that the last thing was hard. One of the biggest complaints that I saw, one of the most widespread complaints, was that there were only 3 Doppel Silvers available for the average player, because like one you bought and then the other one was locked behind Hero League, which meant that again the average player only gets 3 Doppel Silvers, which are completely fucking useless.
Essence of exploration.
That really bugged a lot of people. That really bothered a lot of people. But it seems that they're going to be generally bringing the difficulty down. In fact, I think they might start bringing the difficulty back down for a lot of things in the game. The last like 6 months or so, they've been trying very hard to like make very challenging content for their endgame players, and that seems to have been received pretty poorly by and large, as it's a lot of stuff that most people will never actually get to experience or enjoy and don't benefit from in the slightest. So you may see them
I must see to the wound.
lowering the average difficulty on the stuff that they release a bit.
Do you think we can open it?
Disarming. It's done.
This way, right?
I like the arena mode. I think a lot of people did like the concept of the arena mode. They like the presentation of the arena mode, but they didn't like the total implementation of the arena mode.
I look forward to our return to town.
So we'll see what they do with it. I think it was still fun. The announcer was hype.
Let us be off.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what I played of it.
An enemy.
I obviously couldn't get that deep
Do
into
as
the
you
Hero
will
League,
with what's inside.
but I didn't really care that much.
Disarming.
Do most of the named characters have a quest like the one with Yekaterina? It's mostly only the older characters. Some of the older characters. There are about, what, like six-ish?
Opportunity.
It's all of the base characters plus Abenius? Plus...
There they are. What could
Is
be
that it?
inside?
all 6 of the base characters plus Abenius. Is that right? It genuinely is about 6 or 7. I think it's 7 characters.
Onward.
No, it's 8. Gerard has one as well.
This is the essence of exploration.
Yeah, Gerard has one too. Deborah and Alice have one too. But look. I think it's 8 characters.
Let us be off.
Only problem was not being able to go back and do easier difficulty. Yeah, that was annoying. That was really annoying, Chiakona. Agreed. I forgot about that. That was really, really annoying. Yeah, they are fixing that. They specifically called that out as something that they were changing.
I am on the
That was really bad design. Really, really bad design.
It is finished.
Yeah, it's 8. It's the 6 base adventurers plus Abenius and Gerard, I think.
An enemy.
Is it not treasure? What could be inside?
Disarming.
This is annoying.
It's done.
Let us
Has
be
it
off.
rained over there? It has rained. Before, yes. Chicane talking about the arena.
I am on the
Arena
defensive.
mode in Grand Fantasy? What the fuck am I talking about? Arena mode in Wizardry.
I must not be outdone.
What is this treachery? I must see to the wounded.
You are a fine leader.
Do you all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I?
Do as you will with what's inside. Disarming. It's done.
This way, right?
Did you step outside into the rain? No, I have not been in the rain. I'm afraid.
A job well
Me
done.
go outside. Good one. I did actually have to go outside earlier, but it was very sunny.
We've been here before.
Let us show our valor. Are you all right? Yeah. No, indeed.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
You been stepping in any rain, Edie?
You all enjoy the sight of blood as much
You big rain stepper?
So do you think we can open it?
Just rain to cool down the scene a bit here. Cool.
They'll not escape. Leave this to me. Have at you. I am on the defensive. Impressive. You fill me with pride. I am on the defensive.
Reminds me of Billy Talent, rusted in the rain. We're rusted in the rain.
That went well enough, didn't it? Do you think we can open it? I am on the defensive.
Oh. Oh, it's the death pack. Looks at anniversary from last year. You guys got a legendary selector?
On the defensive.
Yes, a very limited legendary selector. Very limited legendary selector. So I wouldn't get your hopes up too much.
That would hit me. You asked for this.
I think it was a choice from what is now the Adventurer Bone 2 characters.
Who could have guessed adventure? Something's here.
This is the essence of exploration.
So like Redbeard, Abenius, all those shitters.
Do you think we can open it?
Had Aldrich on it. Yeah, so it was a random assortment of characters, I don't know. There's like 6 different characters you could pick from.
Onward.
They'll give us something or other. I don't know what.
I am on the defensive.
That's great gem saving.
You fill me with pride. I am on the defensive. I will heal the
I'll repay you with my service in battle.
Poor Frozen Rene is having a hard time.
I am
At least shatter her. Come on, mate.
I must see to the wounded. way, right? Is it not treasure? What could be inside? The coordinates to reach are over there.
Oh, for sure,
Please
Mr.
leave
YK.
this to me. You need not sully your hands with such blood. How impressive!
For sure.
Have at you!
Was there a huge patch or is it sarcasm? No, man, it's huge.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
There's so many things happening.
What could be inside?
Open your eyes and look upon the things. Oh, I
This
don't care about
elf
the
legacy
poisons.
of mine unpleasant memories.
Doesn't really matter, does it? Do you have a Benny's altar on everybody? Yeah, I do.
This way, right?
Not Alice.
Leave this to me. I am on the defensive. I must not be outdone. I must see to the wounded. You're a fine leader. You all enjoy the sight of blood as much as I. I mean, do you think we can open it? Let us show our valor. I am on the defensive. Have at you. Your traits don't match. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded. I suppose that's passable. Is it not treasure? What do you think is inside?
I am on the defensive. Aren't we all on the defensive when you really think about it? Everybody's always so defensive.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Maybe if we were more honest with ourselves, admitting our own flaws, the world would be a better place.
That was scary. Oh, what is it? Wounds be healed.
Let us
What
sneak
could
in.
this be? The coordinates to reach are over there.
And a tricky one. This
Level 7
one
ladder
is-
ladder mofos. Laddymofus, yeah.
Traits don't match. I am on the defensive.
I've had level 7 ladder mofus for a very long time now.
Your command never ceases to amaze.
Hell, Eineke has level 7 ladder
What do you
mofus
think
as well.
is inside? We have the initiative. Praise be to Agoras. I am on the defensive.
I end you.
Maidrina is a treasure opener. Do you feed her a lot? Yeah, she's discipline 9. She's got maxed out detect and disarm trap. She's all right at it, Sage, but like a discipline 0 Rene is not going to be opening any traps for you with no assistance.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive.
Like, Rene's an elf, so that kind of helps with it.
It's done.
But a Rene, like, you say your Philip can't do traps right now. Like, Rene is going to be worse at doing traps than Philip
This
is.
is a troublesome fiend. We must deal with it quickly. I am on the defensive. Your command never ceases to defend.
Do as you will with what's inside.
Is it not treasure?
Do as you will with
That's-
what's inside.
I think that's, like, just on the cusp,
It's on.
Sage. It's just on the cusp
It's done.
for the higher level chests. Because that's the real scary ones, the higher floor chests.
An
The
enemy.
floor, what is it, 8 plus chests? They're brutal.
We have the initiative. Praise be to Agora's blessing. You.
I end you.
I am on the defensive.
I'm not sure what 52 detect translates to in fine. I think it's... I think that's an alright-ish amount, sort of.
Adventure brought us be quite so entertaining. Do you think we can open it?
I see, Sage.
An enemy.
Oh, a treasure chest? What that I would be taken by surprise. Leave this to me. Have at you. This will be I am on the defensive. Are you alright? No, indeed. Oh dear. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. Have at you. I must not be outdone. I feel more brave when I enjoy the sight of violence.
Do as you will with what's inside.
What do you think is inside? Let us be off.
Just say it kind of sucks feeling I have to avoid enemies in Abyss 3. Yeah, I know a lot of people didn't really care for that. I quite liked it though. I think it's good to be afraid of monsters sometimes. It can remind you that the game is dangerous.
Turn back? Whatever.
Someone tries to make Fighter MC for opening chests. Wouldn't it make more sense to run Wanderer? You're not using Fighter exclusive skills on auto anyway. You trade 0.1 attack modifier for 1 disarm and detect modifier. Was Wanderer meta all along? No. Wanderer is fucking awful. Like, you're losing a bunch of other stats as well. I don't really see it. Like, you're losing access as well later on to all of those great fighter thingies. I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, what do we have on the other pass that we need to do? Kill slimes, is it? 5 slimes. Spatches and we're done. Slimes.
Yes.
Why am I in here? What am I doing in here?
So you do need my power. I shall depart now. I step. So you do need my powers. I shall depart now. So you. I stand ready.
So
Leave
you
this
do
to
need
me.
my powers. No, we don't. Shut up, Fleet. Or Fleet.
So you. I stand ready. Leave this to me. I stand. So you do need my powers. I shall depart now.
What are you doing? Finishing the battle pass. Right, 5 slimes. 5 slimes, we can blow this popsicle stand. Yeah, that's right, Britso.
Shall we go out again today?
An enemy.
Cave of Separation is a good farming spot. Cave of Separation is an alright farming spot. Cave of Separation is nowhere near as good as people seem to think it is or was. I feel like they've got
I am on
really
the
rose-tinted glasses on in terms of it. It doesn't actually drop that much junk. It's really great for gold. It has really great gold in it. Yeah, it doesn't actually drop that much junk. The draw of Cave of Sep back in the day was not the
Enemy.
What do you think is inside?
the amount of gear that you got. It was the fact that you could get those really good pieces of separation gear. If you're trying to get better gear, Ship 2 is actually still a better farming spot than Cave of Separation. You get way more loot, way more junk.
Opportunity. I end you. This is but one portal.
Just keeping them guessing,
You
Maritsu.
were right? Yeah. No, indeed. I am on the defensive. Do you think we can open it?
Rolexic? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about, sorry, Maritsu.
An enemy. A tricky one.
I have your back.
Yep, you get a ton of Azure crystals in Cave of Separation. Once again, I would just really recommend, if you can avoid farming in Abyss 3, I would. I would not touch it. I would not farm it in the slightest. The second you get into Abyss 4, you are given a farm that makes every other farm before it look like an absolute joke. Literally the first step you take onto Abyss 4. So if you can get through without having to do Abyss 3 farm, that is the dream.
Treasure? Do you think we can open it?
Yeah, Sage. Cave of Sep really isn't all it's cracked up to be.
It's done.
Enjoying it so much, Narcos. So much, mate. It's a paradise of ambrosia.
A treasure chest?
What do you think is inside?
Disarming.
Yeah, I can see that, Narcos.
It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
An enemy.
I am on the defensive.
A I'll trick you out.
Let us
Yeah, you're
show
doing
our
great. You're
valor.
progressing really well, Sage.
I'm on the defensive.
There's no rush anyway.
End you.
That would hit me? You asked for this! I am on the defensive. I dodged it? Yes. I will heal the I'll repay you my service in battle. How impressive.
You are a fine leader.
You are enjoying the sight of blood as much as I.
This is the essence of exploration.
Disarming. It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
I
Treasure?
can't open links easily right now.
we can open
Sorry.
Disarming.
Someone stupid
It's
display capture. His wizardry's fucked.
Let us be off.
Let us show our valor.
I am on the defensive. I'm on the defensive. To the wounded. Your command never ceases to amaze the sight of blood as much as I. What could be inside?
disarming. It's done.
I have your back.
I end you. This is
Leave
but
this
one
to me.
torture.
Yeah, you're doing great, man.
On the defensive. I am on the defensive. That would hit me? Yep. I will heal the
Master of my service in battle.
Your command never ceases to amaze me. Lose to anyone. I mean,
Turn back? Whatever.
shall we go out again today?
An enemy.
Please leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such dread. I am on the defensive.
Got my Lana and Benjamin 70 plus evasion, but their attack is at 132 times 2. It's fine. Wait, you're using one-handers? You'll probably be alright either way. The defense doesn't have a problem until Abyss 4.
On the defensive. I am on the defensive. Have at you.
You've done a lot of killing.
I am on the defensive. Is it not treasure? What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Onward.
Treasure.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Onward.
enemy.
A treasure chest.
What do you think is inside?
Disarming. It's done.
Did you do two-handed on Abyss 3? No, I didn't. But I did Abyss 3 before they changed two-handers. Two-handers are so broken now.
I am on the defensive.
I must not
Yep.
be outdone.
You are absolutely gimping yourself by not running two-handers.
Do as you will with what's inside.
They are so crazy compared to one-handers.
It's done.
Where you are at in the game, especially.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
You're a very, very, very strong player, Linlara. You don't need him. What about two-handers? I don't understand, sorry.
Whatever.
Yep, one-handers are still okay in Abyss 3 because the defensive enemies doesn't get too crazy. One-handers are a real problem going into Abyss 4. A newer player going into Abyss 4 stands absolutely no fucking chance of accomplishing anything with one-handers.
Please, leave this to me. You need not sully your hands with such drudgery. I am on the defensive. It is done.
A trick you up.
Even beyond that, things like the hobgoblins and the yetis have like increased defense. They're not like slime defense, but they have higher defense. You have the entities as well, which are like resistant to your damage. It's all bad. It's just all bad. How does this two-hand work? If you're losing evasion and defense, it hits really fucking hard. That's pretty much it. The thing is, I did Abyss 4 with one-handers.
An enemy.
I had so many fights where I didn't even bother attacking with my front line. And it was just a case of Geralt kill all, as per usual. The industry standard.
How about that? I am on the defensive.
Having a low damage output in this game is probably more dangerous than having a low survival rate.
I am on the
Because there's a lot of things you just need to kill really quickly, like kill as quickly as you can. Not to mention, of course, that a huge part of the game is farming, so like killing things fast is even more important because of that.
A sound victory. I feel just as expected. Magnificently. I mean, what could be inside?
Disarming. It's done.
That's why one of the many reasons why Shio is so unbelievably powerful, because she is an incredible damage dealer, like a bonkers powerful damage dealer, but also when you need her to, she can just cheat the game and survive shit and make your party survive shit that they shouldn't be able to survive while being built as a full glass cannon. Incredibly cracked character. Probably very problematic for them, honestly. Every time they design a new thing, they probably have to think about directly like how does this affect Shio? Yeah, you can use two-handed gameplay from the start of the game.
What do you think this is? I have your back. Leave it to me! No! I am on the defensive. Impressive.
It is finished.
A trick you up.
This
This is a good opportunity. I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. How impressive. Hold no ill will. A sound victory. I feel just as expected. I mean,
Do as you will with what's inside.
Axes are generally the ideal for frontliners. Spears for backliners.
is it not treasure?
Do
Bows
as you
for
will with what's
thieves.
inside. Disarming. It's done.
Swords are awful.
Onward.
Hammers have like some plus points to them. Swords are not great. That said, like,
Is it not
sword isn't
treasure?
really that far behind the
Do you
other
think
things.
we
It's
can
just not as good as the other things.
Disarming. It's done.
The coordinates to reach are over there.
Oh, leave it to me. I'll cast my spell.
Interlopers, I end you.
I am on the defensive. I am on the defensive. I must see to the wounded.
Done. Done. Well, let's get crack our bones. Crack them bones.
I look forward to our return.
I think maces are
to town.
fine.
This place is as gloomy
It's any really great
always.
swords are just like, eh. Remains of the Nameless Adventurer. I can't wait. Let's make it happen. I wonder which Nameless Adventurers we'll get. Very exciting. Pri. Sam. Mag. Pri. The. Sam. Night. Nin. Big. Big. Would have liked more Nins. Nin, obviously, the big prize. Yeah, huge pools indeed. General Adventurers. I mean, these are slightly more interesting. Get some potentials here.
Hey. My name is
Dino potential. Ugh.
I'm called Amelia.
Ugh.
My name is Dino.
That's actually is alright, isn't it? It's Belefios.
I will. My name is Elite.
I am Sir.
Elise.
Light. It was you who
Oh, I
saved
thought that was Eulalia for a second.
I am Yarmo.
Yarmil.
Is this? I feel I met.
I met a great.
Very exciting that. Hopefully there'll be some young ladies. You got two Rene bones. Apparently. With Ninjato, huh? The more you know.
Bakesh.
Ah, Bakesh. Cash potential. Archive of Guidance. Yeah, maybe I should have a look at that. I think I might have bought things already. I can't remember. I'll double check. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, good shout, good shout.
Welcome.
I feel like I might have used them already.
Seek.
Because I was like, if I don't use these now, I'm gonna completely forget and not use them. No, I haven't. Thanks, Narcos. I have not used them at all. What do I even want? I guess like team. Do we get another AOG currency next login? Oh, Archive of Guidance. No, I don't think so. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. We won't get Archive of Guidance stuff until it reruns. It doesn't really matter what we get here, right? We can get one of each. It's every like 2-3 months, something like that.
All excellent choices. I see you are a man of taste. Thank you very much. Everything to your liking? Thank you very much. All excellent choices. Very good.
Who missing? Oh, main character. Yeah. We don't have class changes for Buck and Eineke, obviously. Who else are we gonna get? Get this, I guess. I think we might already have one of these.
Man of taste.
I have a feeling we already have one of these. I guess I don't know. We'll get another one. I don't think it really matters, does it?
Everything to your liking? All excellent choices. Very good.
Which characters are you missing stuff for? I can't think of any reason why I want any of this shit.
I see you are a man. May good fortune. I see you are a man. Thank you very much.
Minus 2 inventory slots, probably.
I am always ready to serve.
Right.
This place
That's a lot.
is as gloomy as always.
We have Limbus to do. Barbara. Oh no. Yeah, I probably will. Let's see. Is this appeared in my tavern? Oh, I can actually look at this now. I'm off display capture. Ah, it's me. It's me. Yeah, it only needs one team. This last Luminera gun does not want to drop. It's taunting me. Barbara and Amelia. I mean, Amelia is never getting a class change, is she? Let's be real. Like, Amelia is never going to see the light of day. The poor girl gets passed around so much. Right, let me change my ship. Limbus. Okay. Have audio, right? Yep. Cool. Elise Alta any day now. Any day now. Any day now. When you pull. In what? Limbus? Never. Nah. It's mine. Line 2. Let's do it. Hey, what the fuck's going on here? 1 8 what? What? What's going on here? What are we doing? Just walking around. Cycle 1 2 3 4 5. What? Excuse me? Ugh, Decker extraction tickets. Where are my fucking character shard boxes, huh? Just hit stuff, okay.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Nah, the other one doesn't have boxes either. It sucks.
敵に変化が見られます。
Am I just win rating this? Ah. Oh shit, we need lust, don't we? Because we don't get whistles.
총원 불격!
You lie, this isn't wizardry, it's Limbus. My category is on oh it isn't. Never mind. OBS didn't change it properly. Thanks, no check. Appreciate you. Yeah, we just swapped over.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Oh, don't be like that, mate. Yeah, it's Hong Li.
꿰뚫려라! 슛!
I don't know, maybe wait until next Valpurga snacks, maybe. Fuck, I guess.
Fatality.
その調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Who is not clashing off Faust? That's fine.
무슨 맛일까?
저놈을 추적해.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Every single archetype is locked behind Valpurgis. You don't necessarily need the bleed thing anymore from Valpurgis if you have the modern bleed units. That's certainly not locked behind Valpurgis anymore. You actually get a ridiculous amount of bleed count. You don't need the Rodian Ego Lane anymore, whatever it's called. Sanguine Desire. Just whacking it. I guess we're just whacking it.
넌 무슨 맛일까? 따뜻한 피.
따스한 피. 스며드는군.
목이 피었잖아.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
Who will gather the talismans and retrieve them? You stand the best chance, I think. Oh, you may I say. You brother.
이로써 더욱 수월한
It's all you. Bit sketchy. You're right. The eye. Great, isn't it?
전부 쳐죽여!
Guardian Blade did 5,600 damage. Cool.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Never lucky.
선원들
Never lucky. She got stunned, didn't she? Oh, we have Lust here. Obviously slow. Ah, we're having to take something here. Okay. Unless we dodge too. No, no one's hitting her. She. Just let this connect. Let this one connect.
전부 잡아드리죠. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
감정이 살피.
깨어라. ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。敵に変化が見られます。
You don't need whistles really particularly anymore. We do actually have bleed count right now. This doesn't do count, does it? Oh no, this one does because it do count. It's the 3 that doesn't do count. It's all poised, right? Yeah. His 1 is actually bleed count.
전부 잡아드리죠.
흙을 마실 걸?
Ah, lost it.
스며드는 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
너, 맛, 취.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 때가 왔나?
총원 불경!
오베르튜레. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
V 摘出このまま進めましょう
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
敵が来ます全員備えてください
What did he say? Jesus. Spooky boys. Don't really have anything that can naturally clash that. That's still hopeless on there. Be negative. His Rosette Desire should be fine. Oh yeah, we should upgrade Rodian's 4th match flame, right? That came with this patch, did it not? Just want to stagger before we actually need to do that. Do any of this shit. These are all body attacks, or are these arm attacks? No, a lot of them are arm attacks. Never mind.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Yeah, I'll have a look after this. Stew him up, done. That's a lot of red coins, isn't it?
건드렸겠다.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
You'll time up just enough. Excuse me, Rishi. Hello? Alright, didn't want that extra fragile anyway, mate. Don't sweat it.
선원들
この調子が悪くなっているみたいです
Get there off that. I don't know. It's pretty tight. Alright, won't it? Be alright.
여기 비었잖아.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
This is a lot of damage.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
変化が
We would like whistles. We did ego. That's not really great, is it?
퍼레이드와 피날레.
우리 숙구를 건드렸겠다.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
자,
무기를 만드는 것만
나를 보호해.
내가 어부보다 뛰어났지.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
We'll win right where we can, you know. Otherwise we'll be in here all day.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
ですが私たちは止まれません
퍼레이드와
산초를 경을 온
피날레.
라샹
Yeah, have him a breakfast on.
끝을 낼 시간이.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
자,
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
戦闘の準備を
총원 불격.
감정의 살이 피.
Maybe I should have micromanaged this so the bleed didn't fall off. She had bleed there.
왕의 비호를
I forgot.
하사한다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
勝機をつかむ時です。
넌 무슨 맛일까? 따뜻한 엎드리도록.
따스한 피 스며드는 물 왕의 비밀을 하사한다.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
Mate, the bosses in here pretty beefy, huh?
너, 맛,
I've heard only bad things about Railway 2. Nobody seems to like it much.
インダスカンパニーの
나를
皆さん、こ
보호해라.
の勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Yeah, that's not acceptable. Knights are the best.
따스한
And knights can be pretty good, depending on the situation.
왕의 비밀을 하사한다.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
미味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
퍼레이드와 피날레. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Whisper Banner is so bad, yeah. Yeah, it is. I wouldn't use the word bad, I'd use the word dog shit. Personally.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
전부 잡아드리죠.
따뜻한
오베르튜레. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
It's great filler, it sure is.
목이 피었잖아.
피는 확실히 빼는 편 좋지.
It sure is. Yeah.
が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
전부 쳐주게.
따스한 피 스며드는 물 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
식구를 건드렸겠다.
Oh, we probably, I didn't realize she had three.
라샹
Didn't even need to ego. Just set that on.
끝을 낼 시간.
모불 아
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
정화.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
敵に変化が見られます。
Fox. I love beating up Fox.
전부 잡아드리죠.
What's up, Breadstick?
별거단 상처다.
No way, chat up. I don't think that's gonna work, brother.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
We are left with some rather questionable attacks.
한번 쳐주게.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Why if I say shit today? Can't watch for that huge delay. I'm sorry, man. I hope your Wi-Fi gets better.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Are we attacking into this? Probably not, huh? How bad is the thorns? We just ended that. Oh Jesus, no. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Probably don't fuck with that. We don't want to do that because that hits 2 targets. That would be bad.
총알 불격! 뚫리고
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
다음 놈 나와.
敵が来ます
Is Camille still free to get from a quest? Yeah, it's from the Healer Cave quest, so it's quite deep in the game. But yes, you will always be able to get a copy of Camille through that quest. No matter how long it takes you to get that. This rolls to 22. It's far beyond anything we can muster, I think. Naturally. Without Don's 3. She's already got... Oh, of course, Ishmael lost a load of sanity from the killing the stupid umbrellas. Oh, Captain Ish. What's the matter with you? Why are you like this, eh?
정화.
Oh, fuck. Good thing you got her again. Yeah, she's completely busted. Like, she's the most broken character in the game. Oh my god, we got dice. I don't know what else to say. We've just been hard dice.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
もっと効果的な方法が
이 정도까지만 억지어 줄게요.
Did you give her earlier than that? I don't know, man.
敵に変化が見られます
I think it's fine.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 따스한 피, 스며있는 물, 왕의 비호를 위해서 한다.
Old umbrellas are lined up around the drifting folks. folks.
봤냐? 와카슈쯤 되시면 연간 식은죽 먹게지.
무슨 맛일까?
Folks.
저놈을 추적해! 너 말이지 쓸만해졌고.
We did it. Fixed enemy buffs. Oh, okay, this is what we're giving to the enemy? Or something? Apply 1 bleed to all enemies and apply +1 more bleed count to all enemies with bleed. I mean, I guess that probably helps us quite a lot. On enemy buff, defense level +3 if user took no HP damage for a turn. Defense level +3 if user took no damage for a turn. What? If user took no HP damage for a turn. Shield damage is not HP damage. Okay. That's HP +15%, slot weight +1, speed +1. HP healed from skill and coin effects +30%, heal for 8% of damage dealt. That's what amount to ego resources consumed by sinners when using ego skills. Doesn't really seem that big of a deal. You can scroll there. Yeah, you can scroll. I guess like if they have a shield, it's a problem if they have a shield, right? I don't know what we're fighting. I feel like this is probably the worst. Any clash that you actually lose, you get double slotted, which is fucking awful. So max speed, is that really an issue? Not. I think this is probably the best thing to take first. Maybe this is better to take later. I don't think this is that big of a deal. There are 4 waves on this one. Jeez. Jeez Louise. do if we click here? Wait, what? What's this? The rose thing. I don't have a clue what the fuck is going on here. What's the difference between each of these? Are these all... I'm so confused by what the hell is going on here. Anyone want to explain this to me? Like, why are there so many different stops? Like, I don't understand. Are they... What am I even aiming to do here? Like an underground train. Sure, that doesn't unfortunately help me in any way, shape or form. You get different stops, okay? I don't really get it. Like, do I just do this again? Do I go to a different place? I don't understand. And then, like, what do I do here? I can do this already. Recycle adds more weight. Sure. You get better rewards. Okay. Takeoff module is kind of useful. Not the only useful thing on here. Terminals. Do we just do the same one again? Yeah, the terminus. Do we just do the same one again? I really don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what the point of these different stops is. Like, do we just do the same one again? Is it just we get to pick what we're fighting? I don't get it. Are they all the same? I don't know. Are they all the same? Like, they're all the same. Okay. Okay. Fine. Thanks, Bridget.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
敵に変化が見られます.
전부 쳐죽여!
Yeah, it seems yeah, it seems like it's not the best.
엎드리도록.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
It's an experience though.
저놈을 추적해.
Yeah, no boxes. Yeah, takeoff module. Takeoff module, I mean, like, it's not super useful. It does technically save shards somewhere down the line.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです.
Takeoff module's kind of gains. Roll the dice on that favored with Ish.
꿰뚫려라.
Ooh.
너 맛, 최.
Uh-oh. Right. Uh-oh.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
돌아가기 싫다면
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
ドクターのように優れた式だよね。
깨어라.
왔냐? 와카시쯤 되시면 이런 건 식은 좀 먹겠지.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Oh, maybe we could have.
행진의 꽃. 이것이
Nah, I don't think Merso's.
피날레다.
I don't think we have enough. Oh no, we do have bleed on target. Yeah, maybe we could have used Merso there.
하사한다.
Flash that. Not used to us actually having any bleed up. One day.
모불아위.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 목이 피었잖아.
V 摘出。このまま進めましょう。
나를 보호해라.
내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
총원 불경.
감정이 있어.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
정화.
산초류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
저놈을 추적해.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
多数討伐確認
The high natural rolls on this. These are the hardest ones. They roll to an 18. I think we're getting numbers anywhere there, are we?
전부 쳐죽여!
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에
I just really like how twisted Razor Desire is for Ishmael. It's just her snag harpoon, but really fucked up. I appreciate that.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
最善の選択だったはずです
때가 왔나.
It's all over the place. 16, 16. This is 18. So we have a load of ones. That can't clash, and nothing can. This actually has much better odds on this. On this. That's going to convert our ego resources, which is not really what we want. Actually.
왕의 비율은 하사한다.
로스난데.
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Hey, do you use the seasonal ticket if you beat this? Nah, it's a gacha ticket. It's not a selector, it's a gacha ticket. There isn't really much to gain from this. There's a takeoff ID ticket. ID thingy. Can save me some shards in the long run. There's nothing really too great from it.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
The 18 rollers.
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는 왕의 비율은 하사한다.
여기 피었잖아.
We found a saber. Still searching for a gun. A 12th gun.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
Need to watch out for Honglu's sanity. I'll probably be alright.
No, not chill.
調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
ハレイドは피날래。
순순히
따스한 피, 스며드는 물, 왕의 비호를 하사한다. 폭죽 소리가 들리는
나를
것
보호해.
같군.
ただならぬ気配を感じます。
Do I need to kill this again? I can't remember. It's been so long. Five clash power down on the other identities next turn. Tipsy, 5 tipsy on a 0 HP inflict, 5 tipsy on 3 random identities next turn. 5 clash power down on other identities. So yeah, we definitely don't want to kill it. It's over tier. That is over tier. We can't use that. Well, we will pop the shit out of the thingy.
정화. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것
Oh, it dies anyway at the end of the turn, does it? Wait, what? It's gonna be a mess now, isn't it? Holy shit, that rolls high. Okay. Alright. So fast as well. Get in there. Mariosu, thank you. Very kind of you to follow. That's a neutral. That is not really where I want to be. That's also neutral. That is also neutral. It does not outroll this, damn. I don't think we can get up above that, can we? These are actually really bad for us. Leaves. I don't think we have anyone who's not tipsy. Shouldn't S2 ticket still be legit for you, even if just for plus 50 shards? No, because it will unlock loads of characters that are not selectors. Will completely mess up the account. It's an extraction ticket. It's a random. It's a gacha ticket, right? It's not a selector. This is very fucked. That absolutely fucks. Even has our tipsy thing, I don't know. How are we dealing with this? I don't know if we can. I think I've fucked something up here. We could, this is probably our best bet, isn't it? If we paralyze here and then clash this without the bonus, it's still going to be a bit tough. This also offense downs, right? 10 offense down, the -3 on the rolls. Hey Ruraki. -3 on the rolls still doesn't get us there with that. Did you guess that was Truly's Wallop? But that still leaves us with one of these attacks that we can't actually deal with. These are body attacks. I don't think there's any way we can't do 1200 damage to stagger. It's not happening. Messi does have a lot of HP. He could probably take one of these on the chin. But he's not tipsy, is he? So he's going to take double damage. Maybe that's already, I think that's already factored in. Yeah, plus 413%. Get me let Long Dong take one of them. Not a lot we can do about this. We could try and clash it. We could try and like 50-50 it and coin flip it. I guess that might be better. We can't coin flip it with that even. This will be before the paralyze gets applied. Dante takes a lot of damage off this as well if she fails it, if she whiffs it. Not using gacha at all, including free stuff that's not selected. Yeah, that's right, Anetheus. It was pretty bad. I guess we take the coin flip on it. Then what else we can do? We just have to find flashes for these. Got these on. Ugh. Not flash either of these, can you? Fucking hell, man. Oh, we can do that on there, that's fine. Grim. Extremely grim. That's alright. Could have been worse.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Limited stuff like the season limited temples would be okay. Nah, because it really messes up the account, right? Because it then pulls a load of random shit onto it.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다. 이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
You might. Pull any random 000 ID. No, the point is it gives a load of like lower IDs as well. It's not like extra. I don't care about like what rarity they are. It's just extra, like loads of extra characters. It has nothing to do with their power level or anything like that. So it's to 22.
전부 쳐주게!
따스한 피 스며드는 물 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
따뜻한 엎드리도록.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 무기를 만드는
調子が
것만
悪くなっているみたい
내가
です
어머니보다 뛰어났지.
전부 쳐죽여!
목을 내놓으시죠.
敵に変化が見られます
New Shredder Sang. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I haven't looked at the ID. Head part gains shield by its current HP. The head part has shield, gain 10 self-charge next turn. Okay.
허리와 피날레.
I don't remember this part of Shock Centipede. This is why they have a
산소류 경혈 온
offense up if you don't deal HP damage, I'm guessing.
끝을 낼 시간. 저놈을 추적해. 너, 맛, 죄. 깨어라.
インバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
정화.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
엎드리도록.
Hey, that.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
선원들,
インバスカンパニーの
나를
皆さんと
보호해라.
ご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
따뜻한 엎드리도록.
목이 피었잖아.
Oh, Ish. Oh, Ishmael. Oh, shit. You actually can't beat that either now. That's really unlucky.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
ご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
퍼레이드와 피날레. 따스한 피 스며드는 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
꿰뚫려라. 슛! 저놈을 추적해.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
총원 불격. 따뜻.
따스한 피.
Can't remember Shock Centipede's weird, like, live forever mechanic at the end. Can't remember how it works. We'll figure it out.
No, man.
You have to win clashes against something to take a buff off of it.
선원들, 나를 보호해라. 총원 불격.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
엎드리도록.
목이 피었잖아.
선원들,
この調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
전부 잡아드리죠.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비율을
이
하사한다.
I think we have to make it lose clashes? Have a look in a second.
담겨 있지.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
インバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
In faces death, as long as it has self-charge, its HP is fixed at 1 until it's fully consumed. And I think it loses self-charge when it loses the clashes with some of these things. Yeah, lose 1 self-charge. Actually, lose 2 self-charge. It's like mega buffed up. This won't get there, will it? Not really. you can hit it if you want to. Really make a difference, does it?
총원 불격.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
로스넌트!
자, 로신한테.
Good job waiting until after the clash to fail your flip. Don.
이 정도까지만 옥지어줄게요.
무기를 만드는 것만
나를 보호해라.
내가 어버이보다 뛰어.
本当に嬉しいです
Okay.
정화.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
저놈을 추적해.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것
皆さん
같군.
戦闘の準備を
내가 왔나.
총원 불격.
오베르튜레. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
산초류 경혈고운 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
Were you able to clear MD15 with your progress? I haven't even tried. I don't care about Mirror Dungeon. We did one that we got to like 13 back before I had any of these units. But yeah, Mirror Dungeon's really, really, really wholly uninteresting to me.
敵に変化が見られます
정화.
따스한 피. 스며드는군.
Finished floor 14? No, I didn't. I finished floor 12, I think.
저놈을 추적해.
I just don't enjoy Mirror Dungeon. It's not fun for me. Yeah, it was 12. Yeah, I reached 13.
天罰カンパニーの皆さん きましょう
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
감정의 살인 피.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
味方が優勢です今こそ勝機をつかむ時です
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
감정의 살인 피.
Probably be able to clear it with your bleed team, maybe. I had to learn like mirror dungeon-y stuff.
목이 비었잖아.
Why? Why'd you ask?
선원들
カンパニーの
나를
皆さん
보호해라.
전부
この勢い
잡아들이죠.
に乗って勝ちに行きましょう
엎드리도록.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
깨어라 もっと効果的な方法が
무기를
カンパ
만들고
ニーの
나를
皆さん
보호해라.
こ
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
What's the part that's about to break? Steam Blaster. Steam Blaster is not any of these, right? No. If you don't roll to anything too crazy, you just think we're missing attacks.
전부 쳐죽여.
Ah, you're just learning for the first time. I see.
따스한 피
Yeah, you can do Mirror Dungeon with anything. It's more a knowledge. It's a knowledge mode, like
하사한다.
just like Slay the Spire or whatever. Knowing what all the ego diffs do and how to merge them together and blah 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 blah. That's what the mode is all about. That's why I don't really like it. It's not really Limbus Company.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
인버스 컴퍼니の皆さんこの勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
전부 쳐죽여.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다. 이제 쓸만해졌군.
We did it. That's 2. I guess it's last boost. Probably where we're at. Gonna quickly run out of things that are actually useful for us to do here. Max speed, probably not that bad. I kind of want to leave this as late as possible. Very Godfather thing was the worst by a really long way. He absolutely pounded the shit out of me.
敵に変化が見られます。
16. I know, Nick. I know, mate. Yeah, that's fine.
정화.
Don't think we really need the whistles.
이 정도까지만 억지어 줄게요.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
꿰뚫려라. 슛!
따스한 피 스며드는군.
In the dark.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。敵に変化が見られます。
총원 불격.
따스한 피.
Gotta take a few shortcuts here because we're gonna be here all day.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다. 깨어라. 따뜻한 피. 너, 맛,
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 때가 왔나.
정화. 따뜻한
오베르튜레. 왕의 비율 하승상.
보라를 받으시죠.
Who should we have grab the stuff this time? Who wants some haste?
지금은 성공했지만 선원들 나를 보호해라.
These are all to a 17. You have to not flip a tails, which is really not great. That's 8, so you need to flip those both. And this, oh, and this one's really, really powerful. Okay. Oh, 'cause he's paralyzed right now. I see. She has to pass a flip every time, right? Don't think we have anything else with a good base. And it is all about that base. We can use 4th match flame, I guess. This is a negative coin, is it? Match flame is actually fine here.
총원 불격!
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
정도까지만 옥지어 줄게요.
What season you started playing Limbus? I've been playing Limbus for about a year, Warlock. So season 8? I think it was when season 8 was already out. Not sorry, not season. Kanto 8 was already out, whichever fucking season that is. I think it's like more than a year now, isn't it? I don't know. I was playing in like April last year or something like that. I don't know. Why'd you ask? We have Cumulus Wall on here. First time doing, yeah, it is. Just a very indirect way of asking. You could have asked, "Is this your first time doing RR2?" would have really cut out the middleman there. So smart. Time saving. Don't really want to screw this Warl up again because of this. I mean, dealing with damage is alright, don't get me wrong. So it's getting a little bit problematic. How are we dealing with this? Guess not. Nope, we don't need to do that. I don't think we can clash that, can we? Embarrassing numbers. We have you, Hung Lu. Just want you to be aware of that, mate.
정화.
I think you'll probably get the 2,000 gems whether you beat Abyss 3 or not. No shake. Don't tell anyone though.
저놈을 추적해.
Congratulations on killing the dog. Second person today to have first time killed the dog. Congratulations, guys.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
It's certainly a lot easier than it used to be. Just have so many more tools available.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
Ooh, that's not good. That is not good at all. They're not premium quality attacks. Finished Horus farming in a day. Nice, congrats. Oh shit, did I use stew instead of Sancho? That's a big whoopsie from me. That's a big old whoopsie.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
무기를 만드는 건 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지. 가족을 위해 흐르는 피로가.
따스한 피 스며드는 물. 나는 가족이 되기에 약하군.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
정화.
Oh. Like he?
목이 피었잖아.
As a Bleach killer and Karen Blue, I don't know really, man. I'm not a big Bleach fan. I skipped the story because I couldn't. It was shit. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I have to ask a Bleach fan.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
너 말.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
목을 내놓으시죠.
敵は深手を負っています
무슨 맛일까?
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Ooh, fuck. That's okay. Yeah, you got everything out of the gacha, so he's probably happy.
電편이 좋지.
선원들
カンパニーの皆さんこの勢いを持って勝ちに行きましょう
엎드리도록.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를
목을 내놓으시죠.
これが必要な戦いであれば
16. Oh, these are alternating as well. My bad. Okay. Is it just neutral, right? Neutral, yeah. Oh, it's too fast.
전부 잡아드리죠.
행진의 꽃 이것이 서국의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
모두가 너를 잊어도
In the sack. Just finished this railway. Congrats! Well done, Garrett.
저놈을
Still got ways to go.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
インバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
Rating 18.
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
뚫리고 엎드리도록. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
私たちは止まれません。
2.
전부 잡아드리죠.
엎드리도록.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거.
Mesa a little bit more damage.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Hey, we got our Bolt Credo. After 5 hours of grinding on the side here, we found our last light gun.
폭죽 소리가 들리는
나를
것
보호해라.
같군.
ただならぬ気配を感じます。
Right, so I should be killing this because I need it. I need to get the tipsy on my IDs. I do actually need to kill this. That's 65 HP. He is hard. He is very hard. And that probably just kills us, doesn't it? Yes, let's just do it this way around. Oh no, but it won't have enough weight, will it? He has a round where he's ridiculous, where like he needs to be fought by people who are tipsy.
전부 잡아드리죠.
I sure hope this kills the thing.
왕의 피
効果的な方法が
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
저놈을 추적해.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to get creative this turn.
調子が悪くなっているみたい
내가
です
어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Oh yeah, we're tipsy here.
식사는 즐기고 있나.
So Clash Power -5 on this, but this doesn't do immense damage. Reverses it. Yeah, that like neuters the damage completely. Makes sense. Wow, that's so unlucky, Faust. You're actually so unlucky. R.I.P. It's got a huge amount of healing off that. I didn't even realize he had a red coin on his counter. What a beast. What a beast. Hey, Brim. Nah, this is only clear 3. Where's Metatron? Metatron. Damn, how do you fight Metatron in Grand Prix Fantasy? Metatron Raid. GBA. He's Regalia, is he? Oh yeah, there he is. But now I missed it. Thank you.
무슨 맛일까?
There's gonna be nobody fighting them, is there? Maybe we just don't bother with Pillar of Flame. Fuck Pillar of Flame.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
I've already written it off.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
I'm already over it, mate. I'm already over it. I've already given up on it.
따뜻한
敵に変化が見られます。
It's a weaker attack, right? You can get that. Yeah.
정화.
They say Ryoshi gets her sanity back.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Normal or charge attack for light? Normal. Specifically like Europa, so it's very very multi-hit focused. Don't know if this kills all of them. Sure.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹.
따스한 피 스며 그래 왕의 피오를 하사한다.
목이 피었잖아.
Oh yeah. Do I need have Nihan? No, I don't.
순순히
敵が来ます。全員備えてください。
It's the big end, isn't it?
목이 피었잖아.
따뜻한 뚫리고
따스한 피 스며드는 물 왕의 피오를 하사한다. 이 정도까지만 억제해줄게요.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
모불사위
폭죽 소리
調子
같은
が悪くなっているみたいです。
때가 왔나. 퍼레이드와 피날레 오베르튜레 왕의 피오를 하사한다.
다음 놈 나와.
Okay, next up. What am I boosting here? Oh, we can take bleed boost again? Oh, okay, I guess we did that. No, that was the third cycle. I feel like this is gonna be a big problem on the fucking centipede. But this is gonna be an immense problem on the centipede. Event stuff has 1 power. Yeah. 1 power is a lot. Yeah, I guess we'll take that. We'll take Thirsting last. I'm not really interested in this. We could take Thirsting now. We do have a lot of ego resources already. In fairness. Is he sleeping again? Who? Who's sleeping? Yeah, I was queuing up my martial mastery trial. Oh boy. Right, let's do it. The Viv is the rower does slog, yeah, it is. We'll get there though. Just taking as many win rate turns as I can, because like saves a little bit of time.
저놈을 추적해. 엎드리도록.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서국의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를
Excited for Langrisser? I'm excited for more news about Langrisser. I'm not excited for Langrisser. I would heavily encourage nobody else get too hyped for a game that has no release date and that we have no real details of. Oh, come on, Honglu. Come on, mate. You're out of control.
전부 잡아드리죠.
따뜻한 피.
이 식구를 건드려.
Yeah, not sure what Bellico's up to.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어 줄게요.
Probably, Brim.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
저놈을 추적해. 너 맛.
V 摘出このまま進めましょう
퍼레이드와 따스한 피 스며드는군.
엎드리도록. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
Who are we hasting?
지금은 성공했지만
敵が来ます全員備えてください
That is quite heavily favoured. Ah, he's already ego down though, isn't he? It's a bit spooky. Rather not stew because it's gonna chew up our resources. I used that by accident in the last one. It absolutely murdered our resources. Do a second wall up. To win all of its flips though. It's a little concerning.
퍼레이드와 휘날래.
You wouldn't flip a tails, would you, Don? Oh, Don! Why? Why do you do this to me? Oh, Don.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
敵に変化が見られます。 敵に変化が見られます。
정화.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 성공의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Fucking bomb.
엎드리도록.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
저놈을 추적해.
Uh-oh. Speed issues.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Nick asks,
저놈을 추적해.
is Mecharashi like the only good mech gacha? No, guys, didn't hear that if you didn't read that.
너, 맛, 죄. 흐르는 피로군.
敵に変化が見られます。
정화.
감정이
따스한 피, 스며드는 물.
지금은 성공했지만
선원들 나를 보호해라.
전부 쳐죽여!
꿰뚫려라.
Sure, Heath wouldn't lose that.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
스며드는군.
자!
敵に変化が見られます。
전부 쳐죽여!
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Don't. Why you like this?
기세가 수그러지는 것. 반격의 기회다.
このまま進めましょう。
깨어라.
목이 피었잖아!
선원들
の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
전부 잡아드리죠.
감정 비다.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
목이 피었잖아!
기세가 수그러지는 것. 반격의 기회다. 너 말.
That'll do a huge amount of damage.
선원들
の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
See this to heal.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Ah, Stone! Come on!
꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
What's the matter with you? Why are you acting up like this?
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를
I know, incredible. Power at my fingertips.
위기를 만드는
調子が悪くなっているみたい
내가
です
어버이보다 뛰어났지.
총원 불격!
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
선원들 나를 보호해라. 무슨 맛일까?
Oh my god, I just win rated that. That is awful for me. I've no idea why I did that.
왕의 비호를
I'm sure it will be fine? Question mark? It won't. It 100% will not be. Oh, it will. It will. It's fine. Don did the most damage in the entire world.
囚人の皆さん
Well, I
の
love to
状
see.
態に何か変化が
정화.
엎드리도록.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
눈높이를 낮춰라. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
敵は深手を負っています
They're not good numbers. Everything rolls to 40. We just have really weak attacks. Let me screw release one for the damage.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
너 말. 최.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです管理人
전부 잡아드리죠.
스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
엎드리도록. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
適して攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです
폭죽
原爆カ
소리가
ンパニーの
들리는
皆
것
さんとご
같군.
一緒できて本当に
때가
嬉しいです
왔나.
무슨 맛일까?
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
That was unfortunate overture.
摘出された部位を引き続き狙います
퍼레이드와 피나산 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
따뜻한 피.
덕구를 건드렸겠다.
너, 맛, 죄.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
전부 잡아드리죠.
엎드리도록.
Okay, Fey Lantern wasn't too bad at all. Didn't really do anything.
스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지
무기를 만드는 건 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Ooh. Ooh. Don't know about this. Not sure about this one. There are two of them.
무슨 맛일까?
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
자, 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
Rostanante!
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Nick was talking to me, I think. Narcos.
지어줄게요.
총원 불경!
That's so unlucky! Come on!
건드렸겠다.
Oh man. Oh man. Gross.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이.
모불아무
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지.
That's so great. That's not so great. Not particularly guaranteed for us, is it? Wait, what? Oh, you're hitting there. Fuck.
무슨 맛일까?
따스한 피 스며드는 왕의 피오를
Indeed, very gooey. Extremely gooey.
삼켜지기 전에. 모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요. 작전 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고! 너 맞춰.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Poor Heath took such a beating. Kid. I don't know what's going on over here. Don't like it though. That's gonna make it, isn't it? Someone take care of this. You do not have. Yeah, no hard blood for you.
무슨 맛일까? 자, 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
Not ideal. Thank you for failing the flip after winning the clash.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
모두가 너를 잊어도
Sir?
반드시 되찾을 거다.
힘은 확실히 빼는 편이 좋지.
Right, do we need to kill this? My effects turn start. Yes, we do need to kill this. Hi, Dragon Yoshi. Once again. That's all good. I hope you're keeping okay.
목이 비었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
꿰뚫려라.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 때가 왔다.
Oh god. Yeah, okay. So these are Honglu, Maeso, Heath. Oh wow, we have like no attacks down here at all. Oh, that's fine. That's what counter.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
진짜 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지.
Roshinante! You injured your foot! Oh, I'm sorry, man. What did you do to it?
기세가 수그러지는군. 반격의
폭죽
선언을
소리 같은
나를
이거
보호해라.
때가 왔나.
Like when we kill one of these, the other is going to get a huge amount of effect. I think that's fine. We would love to do another lust though. It's going to be really difficult. Oh no, that's fine. That's fine.
전부 쳐지게!
오베르츄레. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
敵は
실세는
深手を負
없다.
っています
Oh wow, it died. Okay. Oh, and it didn't get extra attacks. Oh, never mind. I don't think... Probably shouldn't do another Schooly Swallow.
식사는 즐기고 있나. 식사는 즐기고 있나.
Probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't. Look at base here. Fourth match flame, that might be the best. Probably the safest, isn't it?
무슨 맛일까?
따스한 피. 스며드는 것. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
이 불
We're all so high.
예술의 방울 경치.
선원들
もう調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
We need 2 offsets. Then we need someone to kill this. Or we could just suck it up. It's a bit dangerous. We will do a lot of damage to it though. That would be fine surely. Kill it in the next turn cycle. We do so much damage here.
보라를 받으시죠.
너, 맛, 최.
もっと効果的な方法が。
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
무기를 만드는
調子が悪くなっているみたい
내가
です
어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Is 5 speed? It's fine. Probably fine.
정화.
따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되기엔
これ
약한
が必要な戦いであれば。
Langrisser turned into Unicorn. Yeah, it looks a little bit like Unicorn Overlord. How are you, Smash? Old. You're old. Okay. Why the hell Blackjacks reminds you of me? Huh? Talking about Blackjacks and it reminded me of you. Oh, he's so Narceyes is talking about the publisher, sorry, the developer of the new Langrisser game, which is Blackjack Studios, which is a subsidiary of Slon Games. Did you clear line 6? I can't do line 6, Greedy Mage. I don't have 2 IDs for every character.
따스한 피. 스며드는 물. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
흙을 마실걸?
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。 敵は深手を負っています。
Ish. This is Hongli. There's a 4-speed. I can go there. I reckon we can get away with walloping again. We do have Gloom for chains, but this is fine. This is our third wallop. So Meso's got minus 60% HP.
왕의 피를 하사한다.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
But he is dealing plus 60% damage. So I mean, can't be all bad.
엎드리도록.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에
이 정도까지만 억제해줄게요.
I don't really remember what to do with the portals on this guy. I think we had to just kill them all, don't we? Within a turn we have to kill them all. They give loads of buffs. What is it, baby? Oh, this is coin plasma, so this one needs to die more than anything. Come on. Come on. How much hard blood do you have on you? You have loads of hard blood. Should kill there. Damage, I'm not really worried about that.
왕의 피를 하사한다.
저놈을 추적해!
이제 쓸만해졌군. 따뜻한 쏟아내.
Yeah, we got the really problematic ones.
다시 되찾을 거다.
So you got plus damage and plus speed, right? Yeah. Rip space 21. It is huge speed, 6 speed, 6 speed. Do we have to answer this? We can screw Lee's wall up again. But sure, it'll be fine. Oh man, the portal's destroyed Ishmael's sanity. In classic fashion. He's only 4 speed. Don't need to use her, do we? Only have 5 things to stop. Just do that for the resonance. And the whistles.
총원 불격!
따스한 피 스며드는 왕의 피오를 하사한다.
Heath! God damn it.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이 정도까지만 억제해줄게요.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
모풀 아불
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
Man, it's rough. Do you have hard blood? Yeah. This is over tier. It should just kill this.
전부 잡아드리죠.
베르츄레.
Oh, that did not pick the target that I thought it was going to. Ah, damn, so close. Same odds on these two.
이로써 더욱 수월한 황희를 하게.
敵は深手を負っています。
Speed is going to be an issue. These are 7 speed. Oh, don't target Measo. It's the worst thing that can happen. Clashes that even if we win the flip. So Measo has to take this. It's a little bit sketchy doing another Screw Loose Wallop. We are on 3 already. It might be a bit much. Have to deal with this rip space. That's on Honglu. Ish. Not really great for us. Probably way better, right? Yeah. Ah, that's on Measo as well. Can't deal with both of these, can we? Just gonna have to let that through. Not much else we can do about it. Measo's gonna have like no health to deal with this though. It's only a little haircut. It's not the end of the world. I don't know, it's pretty sketchy. Because it's gonna be, he's gonna take a counter attack as well. That might be a bit much.
금방 다녀올게.
I would have to have my screws loose for that, yes.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
Street.
왕의 비율. 길을 더.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다면
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Definitely got a lot of mileage out of the Rosette Desires. Both of them. They're both really, really good. Use them constantly.
끝을 낼 시간.
Yeah, it's just Dawn doing Dawn things, isn't it?
敵も調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Yeah, Measo actually got staggered, and that he definitely would have died if we'd used Screw Loose. look at it. Really do with whistles.
정화.
Why is he still alive? He's a tough cookie. I've stuck a lance in him now. He's done.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Clash the skill regardless of speed. This clash is so high. Anything that's clashing with it, I think. Oh no, never mind. It doesn't clash that high at all. Never mind. I misread. That's fine. Don't need to do anything flashy here. Do we want to whistle for sanity? Cost us nah, we can't really afford to. Yeah, I just misread Nick.
왕의 비율을 타사한다.
엎드리도록. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는 것 왕의 비율을 타사한다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Okay, we got that. I'm a great stove top. Thank you. It's very kind of you, Pi. Okay. Oh god, that's so many cycles. That's so many things. Why is it so many waves? Oh my dear god. 9 waves. Are you fucking real? Okay. Jesus Christ. This is something, huh?
왕의 행진이다.
9 waves. Why? But why though?
敵に変化が見られます。
But why though? I spent so long considering whether they could. We got to wonder whether or not they should. Well, yeah, we have to do 5, don't we? We have to, like, to complete the thingy, you have to do 5. Do you not? Am I wrong? Whole game is about suffering. Yeah, true.
가족을 위해 꿰뚫려라. 슛!
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
If I don't do it today, then it just means I'm doing it another day. It doesn't really make a difference, does it? It's still the same amount of time.
목이 피었잖아.
Whistles really helps me with this stuff. Like, Incorp Faust's whistles is actually so good when because I'm not really like super strong or anything. Really helps to keep my sanity up. We've got speed issues here. I see we have really weak attacks. Our high speeders. Ish. Ish only has ones. Oh, ones are all we need. Ones are all we need. Use one attack getting through. I don't think we can stop that either. Really unfortunate targeting. Hitting Faust. That's really unfortunate.
전부 잡아드리죠.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
따뜻한 엎드리도록. 너, 맛, 죄. 선원들, 나를 보호해라.
전부 쳐죽여!
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
저놈을 추적해. 지금은 성공했지만
Right, we gotta deal with these three big ol' hitties. These are 5 speed. One's on mouse. This is quite good right now. This one could be answered by anyone. Don't really want to use, because we have 9 waves this time, I don't really want to use Screwleaf's Wallop too early. This puts us in a really bad position. This is paralyzed, right? Yeah. That's not really going to cut it. Raise a desire. That's the negative coin one. I like to avoid using soup if I can. Roll's so high. Very limited options as to what actually stops this. And maybe it is Screwleaf's. Not really great. This one can be stopped by just about anyone. I think we probably just use this. Safest. This is not being clashed. Why is this not being clashed? No, that's fine. Why is this not getting clashed? I don't understand. That's all I was missing. I guess so. We used to Rosette Desire, yeah. Maybe we just use it. Yeah, passive up. Pink Ribbon's passive is really useful.
전부 잡아드리죠.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
It's fine. It's only 20% HP.
왕의 피
20% damage too, isn't it? Who wouldn't make that trade-off?
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
자, 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어줄게요.
Ooh, close.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
How can I add plus 99 to my weapons and summons? You need to get summon plus marks and weapon plus marks. And then you can assign them on the inventory screen and on the weapon specifically. Okay, so she's not doing anything. Oh, he's mega debuffed. Oh, it's paralyzed. It's paralyzed. It's paralyzed. 5. Paralyzed 5. It's not great. Anyone targeting Ryoshi? No. Oh, gotta flash something.
피날레.
감정을
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Nice. Great job, Mercy. Shedding that paralysis.
하사한다.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
In the sack.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
저놈을 추적해. 뚫리고. 헤이. 야.
폭죽
敵の
소리가
調子が
들리는
悪くなっているみたいです
따뜻한. 엎드리도록.
Taking its dice with this round.
베르튜에
Oh, do you have over? Oh, never mind. It was on way lower health than I thought it was.
私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました
These aren't great looks, are they? You have to keep in mind that these are draining more resources than they usually would as well.
가족을 위해.
저놈을 추적해.
In the dark. In the dark.
잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
무기를 만드는
中心の
것만
皆さんの状態に
내가 어버이보다 뛰어.
何か変化が。
무슨 맛일까?
엎드리도록.
Thousand Foot of Death Maggot is my only way of generating gloom with this team. It's a weird ego that doesn't use gloom, but makes gloom.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
우리 무변 믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지. 헤잇!
너만 죄.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
敵に変化が見られます。
산초를 경멸 온
피날레.
라샹.
This should do some damage.
끝을 낼 시간이.
Acceptable.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
선원들
バスカンパニーの
나를
皆さん、この
보호해라.
勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
모풀 아위.
선원들
戦い優勢で
나를
す。
보호해라.
今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
That's at 1.
정화.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비밀을 하사한다.
따뜻한 피. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Oh, I didn't even notice. Heath absolutely exploded himself. Heath fucked something up. Scumbag. Be alright, maybe.
따스한
He's got Gregor healing him.
스며드는군.
See Chef Gregor will sort him out.
하사한다.
Maybe.
무슨 맛일까?
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비밀을
Meso's actually taking a lot of damage as well.
엎드리도록.
It'll be fine-ish.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
가족을 위해.
따스한 피
I probably should have made sure that Heath wasn't on a counter attack.
하사한다.
Ooh, jeez, man. These counters, these red coins are actually brutal. They're taking so much of a beating. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. What's happened here? Something must have made it pop off. It's really bad. Can't really take that, can you? Very, very bad news. Wow. guess we might as well do this. We're so far in the hole in terms of HP anyway. Making sure that Meso doesn't take that red coin and Heath doesn't take the red coin.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
너, 맛, 취.
These counters are brutalizing us. 254. I think we just send it, don't we? So we don't have to mess around with these counters anymore.
한풀의 평을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。敵に変化が見られます。
Fox time. '96 Night Lana, crazy.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 선옥의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
Can't really take that kind of chance with Thundercleave here. Sun Hongli. Bowers. And Dawn. And Heath. And Ryoshi. It's a bit like that, I think.
목이 피었잖아.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서국의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
감정을 쏟아붓다. 엎드리도록. 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
もっと効果的な方法が。敵に変化が見られます。
Many umbrellas.
전부 잡아들이죠.
따스한 피 스며드는 물.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Hello, Halo. How have you been?
무기를 만드는 것만 나를 보호해라. 내가 어머니보다 뛰어났지.
Right, this is kind of problematic now, huh? This isn't hitting this. Working so the rich can stay rich, of course. As always. This is pretty grim. I really can't screw Lee Swall up again. That's too much. Should kill on all of those, I think. Let's hope so. We're gonna get real messed up.
산초류 경을 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
우리 뒤지려고.
이 정도까지만 억지어줄게요.
Oh, because she's losing sanity from the umbrellas.
담겨 있지.
Oh, Captain Ish.
놈 나와.
세 번 배웠는다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 배웁니다. 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찢어. 찰나의 일수 다시 1000번을 끊어. 선진다이 색깔.
There's more umbrellas, but wait, there's more. Is this thing almost dead? It is almost dead. How much damage do we realistically do into this though? Not a lot. Oh man, all enemies lose 20 SP at the start of combat. What? This is criminal. That is actually criminal. Swap the poop deck. Swap this out to like try and secure a kill. I don't know if that kills. We're really fucked if it doesn't. I think it probably does. But we could like just flip a load of tails because we're getting sanity wrecked.
예술의 황홀경이지.
따스한 피 스며들군. 왕의 뷰를 하사한다.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's gonna be so tight. No! 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 God damn it. Oh, I died to bleed. Okay. It could have been worse. We took a load of sanity loss, really bad sanity loss, but it could have been worse. We can get sanity back on this. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't think you can clash anything, can you? You definitely can't clash anything either. Really need to not use any more sanity. How are we going to make this work? We're going to bring this to any kind of function. We have to use this. Oh, but then that doesn't clash that. Six. I guess we just can't whistle. This isn't really any better though. Maybe do that. Body sack takes care of that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Ah, but we need we need Heath to use his counter. It's not really great for us. That goes there. We have this unclashed. We basically have to do this. Or Death Maggot. Nah, Death Maggot rolls way too low. Ah, that makes that. Okay. Yo, oh, we could do this too, I guess. We forest this. No, wait, that doesn't work. It has to be this. Trying to get Whistle and That's ego. Should maybe sort of sanity a little bit after the drifting fox incident.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
환락에 삼켜지기
I'm a little concerned about Ishmael though.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
Okay, sanity looks a little less bad. I think we probably want to save this. So nuts. So awkward, man. We've got to do that again.
무슨 맛일까?
왕의 뷰.
Hey Ellie! How are you? I've been okay, thanks. Oh, don't do this to me. Motherfucker. You absolute motherfucker. Sorry. Yeah, how have you been? How have you been, Ellie? Yeah, things have been okay.
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
모든 결과들은
Just want some sanity here. Not too much to ask. I don't think we want to use that if we can avoid it. That's been crazy your dad passed away. I'm so sorry, Ellie. I really am. How you holding up? That's such beasts. Really rather not use that. We can't ego with it while we're holding it. Guess we just need to use it. Kinda sucks.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Metaso? Hello? Staring at the screen, I can only assume it's Ishmael's fault. I don't think so. Not this time. Ishmael's just been losing sanity to some various things. As Captain Ishmael does so well.
목을 내놓으시죠.
This is kind of in the danger zone here. Oh, we've got another set of these. Okay. I'd really love to whistle again. Do that. We would have to dash here and here. We would have to deal with that. We could deal with that, and she could deal with that. It's not too bad. Oh wait. No, is that okay?
무슨 맛일까? 따뜻한
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
I'm sure things must be very busy and very difficult for you right now, Ellie. So thanks for dropping by and taking the time. I just hope things improve for you, really. Missed the Wiz collab. Did you? Did you miss the Wiz collab? How long have you been gone for? Are you talking about the Blade and Bastard collab? Because there's a Final Fantasy 11 collab probably next month. Yeah, the Final Fantasy one's next month, Ellie. Nah, it hasn't happened yet. Hasn't even been like officially announced yet. Its date, so don't worry about that. Hello, Libra. How are you? Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Next week. Grim thinks it's next week. Even though next week isn't even. I guess it is in the later parts of the week. It's August. Next week your ass what? Go on. Yeah, we're getting that. We are getting that.
전부 잡아드리죠.
너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
Okay, we have the Fey Lantern. What's really sketchy here is we just... Man, Meyaso actually healed himself back to full with that overture. Like, that's actually insane. He healed himself for so much. He is down 40% of his max health because of surgery, but... Okay, our health issue isn't as bad as I thought. Never mind.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 왕의 뷰를 하사한다.
Oh, next Thursday is the 30th of July, okay. Next week would be a very bad week for me. So hopefully not next week. We don't need sanity right now, do we? We're on wave 6. Can't really pop off another screw loose, can I? That's too much. That's too much. Too much health loss. Hello, Chili. Just been up and down all day.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 왕의 뷰를.
Yeah, the ninja was right at the start of this month. Kagero.
이 정도까지만 옥죄어줄게요.
Double bondage Hongli, yeah. I use Razor's Desire a lot. Razor's Desire has become probably my most commonly used ego. I use both of them like, all the time. Really good. I do. I do. I mean, that's like Razor's Desires and Bondmate and like Blood Fiends. Can't really deny it.
전부 잡아드리죠.
스며드는군. 왕의 뷰를 하사한다.
That was such a waste of S3.
전부 쳐주게! 하!
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
So do I have to fight the boss after this? Do I have to go and kill the boss? Is that the way it works? And the gripping, yeah. Yeah, I have to get into the center and kill the boss. And the boss is the flowers, isn't it? I hate that boss so much.
왕의 비호를
이 작살은 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Yeah, I really hate the rose as well, Ellie.
너 마티제 쓸만해졌고.
That's your boy. It's your boy.
정화.
This thing's gonna get so much attack.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
It's a speed issue, yeah, 6 speed. Hong Lu. ASA and Hong Lu again.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Uh-oh. 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 Fuck. It was so bad for us. That killed 4 people. What the hell? That's so fucking bad. Okay. So we have an issue here. We have 2 more stages to do after this. Oh, that's so fucking bad. All the things to fail. Oh. Just nailed 4 people. Just instantly killed 4 people. Why is my Lantern Sang leveled up? Because I may well use him for Rupture. I think you've asked this before, actually, Breadstick. It's probably not unreasonable to put Ebony's stem up. What is Deltarune? Deltarune is an RPG made by the same guy who made Undertale. Just have Big Dawn, it's fine. As long as Dawn's alive. Kind of need to get the self-charge down. We don't really want to be losing clashes. You don't even know what a clash looks like.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
In the sack.
반드시 되찾을
Please
거다.
God, put it in the sack.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다면
敵に変化が見られます。
가족을 위해 따뜻한 피.
Big rupture.
悪くなっているみたいです。
Huge rupture.
태연일이 따뜻한 피. 엎드리도록.
목이 피었잖아.
ティンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Pretty fast. Fine. Already that great. Use this on Faust. Then you got Execution. That's not gonna be good enough. You rep emitter there. That smells like it might be it.
가족을 위해 따뜻한 피. 모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
You can stop it. That's a good question. Get same odds on these guys.
간단한 명령입니다.
ティンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
내가
この勢い
어버이보다
に乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
전부 쳐죽여! 자!
Rupture counts.
ティンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
I've still got 2 more stages to do after this, missing half of my team. So we're not in a great place. We need to win clashes against this again. It's not a great time for Lantern Yisang to be dawdling around. She's Glee? No. Rolls really low, doesn't it? Scissors. Still only favoured. Rolls really high. Oh, it's teleport. Teleport must be negative coins. Yeah. Branch of knowledge it, but that does mean we have to deal with the passive for the next 2 fights after that, which is not great. 4th match Flame probably loses to it. We don't have our best egos now. Our choices are really limited here. But it really doesn't get there. I guess we have to branch it. Sucks.
정화. 산초류 경을 온 라샹.
Such a waste of damage.
끝을 낼 시간.
Langrisser news. Yeah, the Langrisser's coming. It's only the same as yesterday, Acuben. If you heard what I was saying about Langrisser yesterday, then same thing. It's okay, it's okay. The new trailer was yesterday. Unfortunately, this destroys Sinclair's SP for the rest of the time that we play with him, basically. Oh god, okay. This is pretty brutal as well. Really leaning on egos a lot here. We don't have any real lust to fuel whistles. Killing one is a very real strategy here as well. options are very limited there, as in terms of what we can hit. This is unclashed, this is unclashed. This is unclashed. That's on Yisang. We could just have him tank it. Yisang is not the most useful being in, but then again, if we lose Yisang, we get Sous Chef Gregor in, so I think we probably protect our Yisang. Because things can get worse. Hey Kaikari! Don't be like that. As a game treating the game is treating me like shit. It's actually taking a steaming dump all over my face.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Man, suddenly favored? Fuck. What else is the shoes? Oh, we've got loads of these resources. Paralyzed right now, notably. Everything's neutral, fuck. Grim. Oh boy. Lantern Yisang fighting for his life out here.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
혈염도 바로 모아쳐라.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다면
レンダスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Jeez. We need to keep spamming representation midder, I think. Otherwise we're gonna get completely fucked. Hello, Chili. Come on, out of the way. Stew is really dangerous because it will take our what's left of our gluttony. We need that for emitter. As much as I'd love to spam Stew. You can just tank that, right? Take one of these.
금방 다녀올게.
믿지 않았다. 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Rip. Light's getting there, nice.
루신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
모든 너를 이제도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Claws? Which claws?
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다면
射できて本当に嬉しいです。
God, these guys, I swear these clashes just keep getting worse and worse. Someone attracted fairy wine, so that's the fairy wine. We need to clash this. We need to beat this. And this summons the clover. Can't fuck around with those. Clash one of those. What are we clashing these with? I think I need to keep pushing Repamitter. Repamitter is just like carrying us ultra hard right now. Right, that is a tough cookie for us to crack right now. Is this an ebony stem angle? Even that actually doesn't quite get there. What else can we do? We don't have Reishu. I don't think we can do anything that can get anywhere near that. The Sinclair can branch it. Oh yeah, branch it with bonus. Resonance. That's probably our best shot at clashing that. You have this unclashed. These are Otis. Sketchy turn.
자, 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
모든 결과
We need that. We need that sanity.
목이 피아톡을 마실걸?
Did get the branch.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
He already had branch passive up, so won't really make a difference in that respect. Okay, so we have to kill this. might stem the damage. Actually, it's going to go into counter attacks. You have hard blood? Do you have hard blood? This will get +1 attack weight, yeah? Oh no, 10 hard blood. No attack weight on that. I'd probably trust her to kill that wine barrel by herself. It'd be very bad if it didn't work out though. It'd be catastrophic.
개체 제압.
따뜻한 쏟아내서
Okay. Good work, Don. Never didn't have it. This is so scuffed. Oh god, okay. These are 327 hits. Right, we have here. I guess we have to play by the rules here. Yisang, which is kind of perfect, and Claire. Oh, it's one-sided guard, it doesn't really matter. Oh wait, no, it does matter, of course it matters. Okay, so one of these we're not going to be able to stop, which means we need to find an actual way to answering one of these. That is not through Otis as well. You have what is cast? Is that high enough? Does that get there? Not even fucking close. Not even close. I don't think we have an answer to any of these. Would it be the end of the world if Radiant died? Not really, but it'd be great if she didn't. Dawn is resistant to lust, so we could just take the hit on her. She's resistant to... This is piercing and lust, so she's like double resistant to it. And actually kind of tank this. Yeah, I think maybe that's it. I think we just let this through, as rough as that is. We work on killing this. I guess that's fine. It's just, yeah, Yisang can just tank these, it's fine. We'll just kill it, we'll just do as much damage as we can to it, I think.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다면 따뜻한 피.
Stagger. Damn, it's only neutral shit. Roll so high.
전부 쳐죽여!
승리를 위해서라면 엎드리도록.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Okay, that helps a lot. We do have a sprout we have to kill though. Oh no, never mind, it goes away. Perfect.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
따뜻한 피.
That's an Isang has actually been a champ here. He's soaked so many hits and he's still on like full HP. He's chunking along. Okay, well I say full HP, I mean half HP, but you can't have everything, can you? Just kill this. It's kind of overkill. That does so much damage. What the hell? That's very reasonable.
정화.
목이 피었잖아.
산초류 경혈.
Oh, did we not kill that? Is that gonna be a problem?
끝을 낼 시간.
It might be. No, I think we sent someone else after it, right? Yeah. Drunk. Otis. Yisang. No, sorry. Ooh, so we can only stop one of these. No way we can stagger it, that's not happening. Yeah. You could maybe take one of these and live, maybe. Some Faust. Faust could also maybe take one of those and live. Pretty rough. I don't think we can stop these under any circumstance, can we? Ebony Stun does actually get in the way of it. I don't think we have anything else that does though. Teleport would need to roller tails, spinner tails, which is unreasonable. Soup isn't, stew isn't high enough, right? No. Midder isn't high enough, Crow's Eye isn't high enough. Our branch of knowledge is, we can't branch of knowledge, we don't have, God, our gluttony is tapped out as well. Because this will cost so much gluttony. We don't actually need to use that because she's drunk. Let's have her tank one. These branch of knowledge, it costs so much gluttony though. Too slow with what is cast. Oh yeah, of course, we're too slow with that anyway. You can tank one with Yisang. And then what, we eat that on Heath. I think I'd rather take it on Faust. I think it's the middle one. Yeah, then we just barrel in, I guess. Tough. Really tough. Ow. Did live though. Okay, one more.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어나지.
금방 다녀올게.
자, 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번.
러셀한테.
모두가 너를 잊어서
Suck him up, Heath.
반드시 되찾을 거다.
R.I.P. Yes, sous chef Gregor was coming in. It's his time. Just the man we need for this DPS check. The Gregster comes in with his great skill 1s. Oh no, never mind, he has his skill 3. A beast. Do we want to use her S3 on this? Could like stem here. We're very short on gloom though. Any issue? I guess we could scissors. This does AoE damage, I think. Let's wait through. Oh, but these are big T things. Too bad. His heals as well, I guess. Seems almost seems a bit of a shame to waste this. Yeah, I think we hold it. Why is it taking such little damage? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid.
헤어내리. 믿지 않았다. 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
The portal makes the wayward passenger stronger. Yeah, I'm very well aware of that. That's sick. Ah, we didn't get it. Got so many flips. Fuck. That's gonna be so rough. Jesus, man, that's gonna be so hard. Oh, fuck me. Okay. They all have double hits. They have like double weight on their shit. We have to stop. First attack of each of these. They all have weight. One attack that's on Dawn. God, okay. This uses Gleam, doesn't it? Jesus, so much of our gluttony. Oh, we don't have Faust anymore though anyway. This doesn't matter. So much weight, man.
전부 쳐죽여!
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
Fuck. Two weight one as well. Okay, this is gonna be so rough. Because he's got coin power boost. We are in the potential shit here. Definitely has to go on one of these. Stuck at some Rose people. Darn Rose people. Those darn Rose people. God damn it. This lands his paralyzers.
한번 쳐주게!
산초류 경혈 온
Should hit like a train.
끝을 낼 시간.
Ooh, I should have maybe failed its flip.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Guess he Lantern he sang.
아직 세상엔 궁금한
He
것
served well.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
The hard blood.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
Oh, we got none, do we? We just used. No, never mind.
썰어볼까?
We just make sure that that dies because like it's so bad if it lives. Oh, we did have hard blood. Must have missed it somewhere. So bad for us. So much sanity.
가족을 위해 믿지 않았고 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데. 흐르는 비로군 쏟아내.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
You have to flip. But your threshold's lower. You only have to land 2 coins, it's you.
간단한 명령입니다. 무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다
Okay,
뛰어난
we are now starting to get into the old shit here. The old shit. That's neutral. Oh no, no. Best of luck. Best of luck with your Cosmos Roulette.
목이 피었잖아.
즐겨버리겠어.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
믿지 않았고 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
I think we save S3. We're gonna need it to burst him down. Make sure that one dies. Oh god, this is so grim. That should kill that. So we don't have to worry about that, hopefully.
썰어볼까?
믿지 않았고 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Ah, damn. Didn't die. Means it will get an attacker.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
모든 걸 거둬들일 순 없었어.
Oh. Wow.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Has to be clashed by one of these guys. Oh man, that rolls so high. Not the best we got for it. That is not clean. It's not clean at all. Look at this, there's a second rip space. Fuck me. I don't know how we are dealing with this. Maybe Durante. I don't know what else we can do. This is so rough. It's only on our high-speed target, so we only have 2 people who can clash this, who can possibly clash this. Body sack is as high as we get. We're already level 60, so Morositas doesn't do anything, I believe.
피가 끓어오른 무게에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
More skill damage gain power converted into unbreakable coins when hit. Does not become staggered. That still doesn't get over the top of it. Well, fuck. I think we're fucked. I think we're extremely fucked here. Yeah, of course we have to let something through anyway.
썰어볼까?
Oh, so bad.
승리를 위해서라면
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
진리겨 버리겠어.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다.
한토류경을 온
This will do a good amount of damage at least.
끝을 낼 시간.
Dawn is the only thing keeping us going. Ah, shit. Okay. You can clash that.
못 쳐주게!
That was so bad. Jesus.
믿지 않아. 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고
Just get me
했을
across the
텐데.
finish line, please.
자, 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Rocinante. 67 damage. Oh my word.
목이 피었잖아!
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다.
혈육도 바로.
Okay. What do we clash this with? EDD does actually do it. We could also use lifetime stew. So if we did that, and then this, it's not totally unreasonable. This costs us damage though. This costs us all of our gloom. Okay, I guess so.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Great advice, never to ever.
버텨보라고. 딱 죽을 만큼 튀겨질 테니까.
We couldn't actually fail it, Redstick. With AEDD.
엎드리도록.
Look at our sanity though, we are in the fucking dirt. Oh boy, it's gonna be tough. Yeah, she has to find one first though. Enough for ledge domain anymore. He's basically completely useless. Neutral. Oh yeah, it's rip space. Fuck yeah. I think that is where we're at. So many on Heath, man. We have to stop this too. Not really sure that we can. That's all we got. This, I mean, it, we kind of try to clash that there. And then what do we do with these? Just have to tank him, I guess. More is there? We're gonna get chunked by this as well, by the counters. It's gonna be brutal.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Ow. Oh, that's so bad. Oh. Get the pot out, Don. Fuck. It'll be okay, right? It'll be okay.
반드시 되찾을 거다.
That is kind of what it comes down to, isn't it? The chance is better with telepole. If we lose the flip on telepole, then we always win. Help? No, that actually makes it worse. Oh, we can't even clash that. I can clash the skill regardless of speed. Oh, does this not clash? Targets randomly. I think that's slightly better if we overclock it. You love to see the lost flip. I quite like the teleport wolf thing, it's kind of cool. Okay, we're not in a great place here. Yeah, he didn't die. I don't know if we can do 203 damage. Like, he's faster than us. Yeah, the bleed will get there, hopefully. He only has like 1 coin attacks. The rip space goes first as well. It's gonna be fucking tear us apart. Order. This. That. Cool. speed as well. Yeah, so that does fire first. Boost, target. Kind of fine. Still kind of fine. We don't really care about those that much. It's like an impending day, this. You lose the flip, maybe win. Paul gets there on that. Nothing for you, do we? Can't actually flash anything.
발톱을 걸어.
믿지 않았군. 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고
Shit died to the bleed.
내가 죽어도
얼만큼은 배웠으니까.
Thank God.
맡긴다.
That was not even close. I have to do it with no... I have to build their sanity back up as well because they all died. I hate this boss. I hate this boss so much. My words can't describe. Absolutely detest this thing. I don't think you're built for this, man. Thanks for the support, Chef. Inspiring words. Much appreciated. I absolutely detest this thing. Fucking sign of roses. This is totally unclashable, right? No, SP, no, because everyone was dead. No SP?
무슨 맛일까?
엎드리도록.
저놈을 추적해!
너 말.
Great work, Rishi. Top notch flipping.
이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
목이 피었잖아.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Right, how did this thing work again? I can't remember. Here, or is it on the roses? Base power +1 for every rose that has a different affinity for this unit. Different affinity. Base power +1 for every rose that has a different affinity from this unit. Stay for this encounter. As in the sign of roses is killed. Loses 20% minus HP every turn. All parts gained. Blah blah blah. Unless actually against the same enemy, randomly rounded down. When a raise defeated, core and flesh, they steady HP. There's some like big nuke that these things do, but I don't remember. I don't remember anymore. Oh, we don't have any gluttony left. It's so bleak without any sanity. So much HP. Oh god, I didn't really mean to do that, but well, we're firing off now. No, I hate the rose boss, it sucks so much. Again, Chef, very inspiring words, thank you. Real inspiration, brother.
대장까지 지져주마.
We're gonna need to restart, aren't we? I could tell you how much worse it's going to get, but that's too much team posting. You're a bit of a cunt, really, aren't you, Chef? Bit of a cunt, yep. Right, we need to do this. Definitely need to do this. Does she use 3 gluttony? Oh, of course, because we have the increased cost. That's right. That's why it costs 3. Yep. Yep. That does make sense. No, you can absolutely be a cunt if you're being realistic, and you are being a cunt, so please stop being a cunt, you cunt. You want to sit back and watch me suffer? Go ahead. You should probably hold this. We can't do lust stuff here. Or whistles. You could always get a support ID. Yeah, I could. There's a reason why I don't have one. Because I don't want to. Whale in his favourite game. I mean, I've already spent money on Limbus Company. I've already whaled on it, right? I thought you were using free IDs only? Yeah, I am. I have bought Battle Pass. And I bought Selector. Right. Do I need to burn this shit down like ASAP, right? We just can't really fuck around with them. They're not weight 2 or anything awkward, are they? Why are we not getting another target with this? Are they weight 2? Maybe they are. Oh yeah, they are, they're weight 2. Okay. Oh, that's very awkward, isn't it? I think we need to use Tidal Elegy, really. Probably better off just using Death Maggot. Although Death Maggot does roll for literally nothing. Where is that? I can't remember what the different flowers do. I don't think that will actually find clashes. Thing. Yeah, that sounds right, Chef. Our best shot, best chance of dealing damage. Maybe we just unoppose, try and blow them up. That might be better. Rather than trying to clash them. You don't have to deal that much damage to stagger them. unfortunate that is going to bounce to that one. That's going to bounce to the sign itself. See how that goes. You can always restart. We're just kind of scouting here. Congrats, Lisa's brother. Darn.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
이 정도까지만 옥지어줄게요.
잠깐 정지. 너 기념품을 두고 갔잖아. 거기 그대로 있어. 현아 기념품을 집어넣어 줄 테니까.
もっと効果的な形状が。エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
3번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 간주하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번 끝.
You tried to reshoot.
선진다이 세카이.
Yeah, it's cool ego.
敵は深手を負っています。
Yeah, so I think that comes from the Wrath plant if it stays alive at the end of the turn. One of the plants is like it bleeds you at the end of the turn or something, or maybe it's all of them. I'm not sure. I can't remember how the fuck this works. I'm trying to find it on the info. I have no idea where it is. No, it's not that. I don't know. Defending. I guess we just have to suck this up and assume that we are going to bad things are going to happen to us.
정화.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
이 정도까지만 옥지어줄게요.
끝까지 찢어주마.
That was the Wrath return damage, I think.
일만큼은 배웠으니까 뒤는 맡긴다.
What do I wish for? The things that I wish for.
지금은 성공했지만
どんなに辛い任務でも皆さんにはダンテさんがいらっしゃるのできっとやり遂げられます。
Okay. We should be able to kill these now, I think, hopefully. Take it we don't have any. Of course, we won't have any hard blood armor.
고해는 나중에.
He is attacking now as well. Final power +1 for each sinner defeated in the encounter. I'm unsure. We need... This is whistles. I don't think that is unreasonable.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서독의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Oh no. Don't do it, Don. Stay strong.
무능무변 믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지.
너만
이제 쓸만해졌고.
Yeah. Yeah. Close.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Surviving rose. There are no surviving roses. Gain 2 fragile next turn. It's 3 for each surviving rose. I don't know if we can kill enough roses. We have sanity now, but it's a bit too late. pride. No. Sloth. Dawn. Sang. Dawn. Claire. There's a struggle even with that. Oh, yikes. Big yikes. We don't have the ego resource to deal with any of that. I guess we would have to Suburbia. Have any hope of living this turn, right? So we could try and kill the plants. We could use his, I guess. I don't think it rolls high enough, though. It's not really a rolling ability. Is we can't let this hit, right? And Sinclair. I don't think there's anything we can really do there. We're not fast enough with anyone to be able to stop this. I guess we could speed it down instead. I don't know if that really helps though. But if we don't stop these and we die though, right? And doesn't even stand a chance really at hitting this. This is paralyzed right now as well. I guess if some of these roses are dead, maybe this clashes this. I don't think this ever clashes whatever's going on here. There's just nothing we can do about it. We could miss the boss. Kind of helps.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
활락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Kill the last 2%. You big white meat. What? Cosmos? Yeah, Cosmos is a bit of a bitch, isn't she? Cosmos is a bit of a scumbag.
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번의 끝. 산젠다의 세카이.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the impending date. Managed to find its way. The race is dead.
승리를 위해서라면
Crown of Thorns on all sinners on the field. There's a raising whose affinity corresponds to the most aid skill. Target inflicted this effect. The number of raises and raising is sure. More raises. Raise units that are bound with defeated sinners equal to the excess amount. Remove raise units that are bound with defeated sinners equal to the excess amount. So we don't need to kill these. They're going to get replaced by the Crown of Thorns anyway.
헤어내리.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. Now. Struggling. Oh boy. And we need
need to like. I guess we use this on the. Difficult. On the body. So hard. Maybe here. That's fine there. That hopefully clears those to stagger. That's just gonna target there, isn't it? I'm hoping those break. Can't really do anything, can you?
헤어내리.
See, don't know if that's gonna break the first three. You can only hope.
까지만 옥지어 줄게요.
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 간주하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수 다시 1000번을 끊. 산천다의 세카이.
승리를 위해서라면
Wow, he won that clash. Wasn't expecting that.
아직 세상엔 궁금한 것이
I think we're fucked, aren't we? Badly. I'd love to be able to complete this, but I think it's going to be a bit out of my reach. Unfortunately, Sign of Roses is just a horrific boss for me to try to deal with. To try and redo the thingy the last stage, because that's part of the reason why we're struggling so much, because we had so many deaths and so much thingy loss. It's all off of that that clash that we lost to the metal, what's it called? The centipede, shock centipede. The clash that we lost randomly to the shock centipede, which killed 4 of our people. That that kind of really messed us up. I don't think we can really come back from this, can we? I guess we can try. We just didn't kill him fast enough. Yeah, I did all 5 cycles. That we saw. It wasn't too bad. I just lost one really critical clash in the middle of the 9 on like the 7th turn of the 7th wave of the 9 wave thing, which was just completely fucked. It killed 4 of my people, just immediately killed 4 of my people. And then I had to burn a ridiculous amount of ego resources and lost like all of my sinners. So trying to do this with 0 sanity on everyone and like no ego resources is really, really hard. I think that's gonna help me, is it?
헤어내리.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
이 정도까지만 옥지어줄게요.
What affinity do we have left? Wrath, probably? Gluttony? Find 2 clashes for this. These are boosted up. These ones are boosted up by the... Oh no, they're not. we clashing this? If we do that, how are we clashing this? Is the answer that we're not. Wait, he's dominating? Gregor's dominating? Oh yeah, because he's actually got 45 sanity. What a beast. What an absolute guy. What a governor.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 순순히 모라를 받으시죠.
V摘出。このまま進めましょう。
모불사위
한 건 했다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
전장에 남고 싶었는데.
Some of our wrath died actually.
당연하지. 내
Maybe wrath is not it there.
있었나?
I think we might be fucked. I get the odd distinct feeling that we might be fucked. Kills anything, does it?
총원 불격! 한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
모불사
Yeah, chop him up, Gregor. chop up that scumbag. What do you have left? I think it is probably still Wrath.
다른 애들이었으면 못했을걸. 버릇 나っているみたいです.
Oh, we have no Wrath skills. Oh. We are absolutely cooked. Cooked beyond belief.
금방 다녀올게.
Like, if we could make it through another wave of flowers, then we might be able to kill it, but I don't think we can. I guess at least we only have 5 flowers, right? I guess it's that. Oh yeah, but it continues to attack us. Yeah, I think we're pretty cooked.
무슨 맛일까?
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하시네. 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
모풀 아
You can do whatever you want to Hong Li. You absolutely whatever you want to Hong Li.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
These red coins are helping us out so much here. The red coins are the only thing keeping us in it, because it's making him flip the bleed over and over.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리리. 제가 도리어 잡힐 줄이야.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
I think maybe we win. I think we maybe win. Does it flip so many coins?
썰어볼까?
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
내가 재료가 될 생각은 못했는데.
It's a strong team. Alright, healed. Never mind. Close.
이봐,
Yeah, close.
버틸 자신 있어?
It's probably doable, but I don't know if I want to suffer through this. Yeah, it's healing off of the plants every turn, isn't it?
皆さんにはタンテさんがいらっしゃ
Maybe
る
if
の
we
で
killed the plants there?
やり遂げられます。
I don't know. We're very cooked now, though. We can try again. But yeah, I don't know how much I really want to suffer through this. It's just a ridiculously horrific fight in terrible circumstances.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
You use that on turn 2. And we're definitely aiming at the bleed, like trying to kill with the bleed, so I don't know if we do hold this. I think maybe we do just pump as much bleed onto it as we can.
전부 잡아들이자.
Dispense egos from previous battle passes. Yeah, I have. I have been dispensing egos from previous battle passes since the start of the game. Episode. We're almost at the end of season 2 egos.
저놈을 추적해.
We've just, I think we have one left on season 2. ADD? One of the AEDs?
너 말. 최.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
I don't understand which of the roses does which thing. The next one's AEDD Heath.
カンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
We don't have Otis in right now. We don't have any other big wide AoEs. Try to burn that out. Oh, tidal energy won't kill it anyway, will it?
가족을 위해.
좋아, 내장까지 찢어주마.
ダンテさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
모든 결과들은
I wish I had more gluttony so I could just spam representation emitter at least, but I don't. I used up all my gluttony. I'm gonna burn that other boss.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
効果的な攻撃でした。
이 정도까지만 옥죄어줄게요.
활락에 삼켜지기 전에
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수 다시 1000번 산젠다이 세계.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. That was not too bad. This one's very close to dead. This one's very close to dead. Although, notably, these are red roses, so they hurt you, I think, when you kill them. She will probably fail both of her flips. I'm gonna try to whistle again, I think. Actually clash with anything, I don't think so. Clash is here. Is here, maybe? How much health? 84. There and there. You would still need a counter. Something similar. This, yes.
예약 주문인가?
Maybe we just need to do this again. I think in an ideal world we want to use this skill so that we can emitter again with Faust next turn. that's viable. Clash doesn't know. Okay, so shooting there. We launch that at this. It's here. It's here. It's here. We're left with nothing attacking us. Might die. Should die. Might die.
이보게! 숙부 한입 하고 가시게!
좋아, 내장까지 찢어주마!
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Not your finest.
목을 내놓으시죠.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번을 끊어. 산젠다이 세카이.
Lust, I guess. But pretty intact. Do we have a good luster though? Yeah, here.
왔냐? 와카슈 쯤 되시면 이런 건 식은 죽 먹기지.
いらっしゃるのできっとやり遂げられます
Okay, We need to be concerned about Ishmael's sanity. Very, very concerned about Ishmael's sanity. He didn't end up using a gluttony attack last turn, so we can't use a mitter. I think we need to kill this, don't we? It's turn. Any issue with that? I'd love to whistle, but it's so hard. We don't have any... We have to use this. It's pretty bad. Unboosted rules. I think this has to die, right? We're in big trouble. We also need to clash these. A 6 speed. It's on reissue. On-ish. We do that. What does that leave us with? Oh, that's fine. That gives us our whistles as well. I think we send the rest into here. Let's try to kill this. Oh wait, shit, we have to do this, don't we? Or we don't get whistles.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Doing nowhere near as much damage to that flower as I would like. Fuck. Fuck, it was so close, man. Oh, I got Dawn as well. Damn. I really thought that was enough to kill that flower. Sucks. Really sucks. Plan here. Do we use probably use this just to pick off the plant? Still don't have a gluttony for emitter. Guess I just send it. Wait, is this not tapping? This? Oh, they have 2 weight each, ain't they? Yeah, this only has 1 weight. Awkward. Really awkward. Maybe that. Or maybe this. The execute.
나중에.
Yeah, maybe we execute that. The sanity regen. That doesn't seem unreasonable. Doesn't come up very much. We have hard blood on you. No, we're just short.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠. 자.
Okay, so that gets it 88 fragile.
왕의 피오를 하사한다.
목이 피었잖아.
Hello, you. You're back again. Right, here we go again. This is over tier, right? Yeah, this is over tier, so that's pretty massive for us. Gonna maybe kill 2 by itself. Get very close to killing 2 by itself. That's gonna hit here and here. The ego ready here. We have emitter ready? Oh no, we don't. It costs we're short 1 pride. We use too much pride. forgot it's overcosted by 1. Do we need any other egos? I think we want Telepole. Yeah, I think we want Telepole. Thanks, all Grams. Appreciate the follow. Thank you. Fourth match doesn't do that much for us. Maybe use Razor Desire, but like we are at a finite resource. We're also burning our sanity for no real reason. I think this is the main one to, since we don't have Otis out yet. Ebony Stem does a lot of work on these. Yeah, I think we hold the rest. It's here, here, here. That needs to be hidden behind something. Yeah, it does. The teleport here. That's weird. Really struggling because of her. Sanity. Thanks, Carmen. Good advice. That's not where we want to hit that attack. Probably is. Or are we saying that that's going to stun off of this and this? Not so sure. Maybe if we splash this as well. think we want gluttony, do we not? No, we want pride. It's tough. We want both.
총원 불격!
오베르튜레. 왕의 비호를.
The overture helps massively there. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, Ish. No, 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 no. Thank you, Ish.
믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는
Don't be
품지
doing that, Ish.
말았어야지.
Oh no. Oh no. No. That's so unlucky.
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번
Could be worse.
단정. 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번의 끝. 선젠다이센
좋아. 대장까지 지져주마.
이로써
敵は風を追っています。
퍼레이드를
5 roses. Have to clash these two. Still don't have that. We don't have easy access to all whistles. Seems very, very low. Actually can't afford this anymore. Come on, baby. Please stop that. Yeah. Please stop licking my arm. Thank you. Options are very limited here. One, two, three, four. We could find something to counter, which I don't think we can. Counter's way too weak by himself. Sure is, Warlock. We need to stop these as well. That's so much damage.
부쳐주기야!
따스한 피 스며드는군.
V 摘出このまま進めましょう
순순히
Oh, ish! Why you like this?
シュウジンにシチュエーションを確認至急対処お願いします
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀 경치.
I wish Dawn hadn't died. Guess we're still doing last.
아니야? 와카슈쯤 되시면 이런 건 식은 줄
These both
알았지.
need to die. They must
やり遂
die.
げられます
How are we accomplishing that? Also not getting utterly fucked. Let's kill this, I wonder. Probably doesn't. Be pretty close though. I think that is probably the clash that we take there. We burn all of our pride. That leaves us a little bit fucked for the next wave of flowers. So Ish is probably going to be dead. We have Lantern Lee Sang coming in, don't we? Useful.
예약 주문인가?
An enemy. Would be nice to defeat an enemy with a. I have serious concerns that it's not going to kill. Serious concerns that's not going to kill. I don't want to make it better though. Don't want to use an ego there. It's gonna be tight. If we go for that. really dangerous. I don't think we can risk it. I think we do this. Wait, 7, right? That's because we got this marked, haven't we? Goes there. It should kill this. Although it is possible that she fails all her flips. We put this into here too. Here. 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 Let me check this again. If we would use this in here, kill that, hit this here, put this here. That work? Not unless we're willing to take a slap from this. Flash that actually. Yeah, kind of works. I think that does kill.
정화.
No. Thank you, Mayoso.
돌아가기 싫다면
Oh wow, he just actually totaled it. Oh man, fuck. Well, that's Ish dead. See you later, Ish. I think you lose as well. Guys.
여기서囚人が退却できませんでした。
I didn't actually die.
さんには
Whoops.
囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Mouse is gone, we can't execute the plan. I don't think we have any execute effects or anything here. Oh, no, never mind, we got reissue still. Yeah, I think we tap this with her, get the heal. If that's worth it, probably not. I really wanted to screw this wallet, but we don't have the wait, what are we missing for it? Oh, we don't have sloth for it. Probably kill that just with that. We don't get the heal then. We get to pump into this. No, I like to pump. Ah, I see, that's 3 to target. Okay, I guess we stick to the plan then. To there, to here. That uses pride. I'm sure about that. I think it's fine. Into here, this into here, into here.
전부 잡아드리죠.
이 정도까지만 엎지어 줄게요.
I think that counts as her not killing it because it died to bleed. Didn't think about that.
뜨거운 불꽃이 마음을 녹일 수 있다면
味方が優勢です。今こそ
We just try to blast it. What else is there to do, really? Wait, fragile. Hope for the best.
전부 잡아드리죠. 목을 내놓으시죠.
Got it. Yeah, horrible fight. Disgusting. Disgusting monster.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
194 turns.
순간에는 생각나지 않을
The dream.
그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈.
But we got that. We did get there. No one can take that away from us. So chilleth. Chili bean. Well, there's nothing here that's actually useful to us at all, apart from this. Kinda. Not right now. The next time we have an ID to uptie, this saves us 50 shards. So it's kind of like an investment into the future. The fight took a really long time. Yeah, I had to do it twice. I'm surprised that we got it, but like, yeah, it's just not a very pleasant fight. Yeah, we'll spend 25 Apple modules, I guess. Remember just giving up. Chili, can you stop, please? You've been on the desk like about 50 times today. And you don't even stay on there, you just run around. We just chill out, yeah?
시험해볼 기회고요.
Yeah? Yeah, I just finished Relico.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒で本当に嬉しいです。
순순히 오라를 돌아가기 싫다면
Yeah, I'll cut up the VOD so it's separate.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Since we have the whole Limbless playlist on YouTube. Your Knight feels really good. Yeah, it looks like a great game. Pure dodging, which you don't like. Did I say I don't like that? I don't think I've ever said I like that. I don't like that.
성옥의 피날레다. 왕의 비율은
이 작살은 필살의 집념이.
That doesn't mean that I don't enjoy playing it. I'm just not good at it. There's two different things. If I didn't like anything I wasn't good at, then I wouldn't like many things.
목을 내놓으시죠.
톡적 소리가 들리는 건가? 퍼레이드와 피날레. 나는 컴베르주에.
Sign of Roses definitely goes on the list of bosses that the person who designed them should go to hell for.
왕의 비율은 하사한다.
목을 내놓으시죠. 순수 목을 내놓으시죠. 무기를 만드는 건
Yeah, it looks fun, Bellicoat.
엎드리도록.
눈높이를 낮춰라. 따스한 그래. 눈높이를 낮춰라.
I didn't really understand what each of the roses was doing. 189 something. Yeah, it's alright. I'm just happy to get through it, to be honest. On the 7th wave of the 9-wave, like 5th round thing, the Shock Centipede won a very critical clash that it shouldn't have really won, like statistically really shouldn't have won, and it just happened to be like one of the worst clashes I could possibly lose, and it killed 4 people. So then I had to spend the last 3 rounds of the waves trying to like just using all my resources to try to get through it. So I used all of my ego resources and all of my sinners died, so I had to go into the boss with 0 sanity and like no ego resources, which is what made it so difficult. Good old Limbus. Good old Limbus combat system. Yeah, but we did get there. It only took 2 tries to do the boss. I thought it was like, from the first try it felt like very unwinnable, but I just changed a couple of things that I was doing and it felt much more manageable. I still fucked it up when we killed it, but yeah, I agree. That's what I like about Limbus. I like salvaging, like being able to salvage from the jaws of defeat, you know? It was really good. Right, let's try and blaze through this. We don't have time to dawdle.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
무슨 맛일까?
Zavoldo.
보라를 받으시죠.
따스한 피.
엎드리도록.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
총원 돌격! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
ドクターのように優れた式です。
목이 피었잖아.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
돌아가기 싫다면
This is new music, right? I don't remember this music. I guess I haven't listened to the Olympus Company music for a while. I don't remember this music on this stage. This is like very intense.
산초류 경을 온 라샹.
Oh no, I do remember. Bit of a story pacing issue. I'm not really surprised for the type of game that it is. It's hard to pace when you're just leaping from action to action. It was always there, yeah. Gloom Glut. Come on. Hong Lu. Gloom Glut me up.
이것저것 할 줄 아는 게 많답니다.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
총원 돌격!
You're a beast. I like it. Congratulations, Libra.
전부 잡아드리죠. 순순히.
I'm glad you're enjoying the Simulvito.
목을 내놓으시죠.
잘했군. 한놈 저놈을 추적해. 이제 쓸만해졌고.
I can't imagine trying to do that railroad with the light base IDs. That would have been just very unpleasant. Probably possible, but just extremely unpleasant. Just so unpleasant. Would have taken days.
당연하지. 내 나침반이 틀린 적이 있었나?
Made the bot get better than the original. Oh, really? We get this in a second, but we could then make something different, I guess. I guess we take this instead.
주소에 게시할게요.
人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
이 작살은 필살의 집념이.
Managing to enter the new stage each cycle, it wasn't wait. Oh,
전 이렇게 진리겠다.
then it got reset each time. Weird. Yeah, not a fan of that. I don't know what's going on there. It wasn't like unfun. It was just very time consuming, you know. But it was Limbus Company combat. I do quite like Limbus Company combat. It's just a lot of it. It was a Gia Mu of Limbus Company combat, which is now a standard measurement rate.
전부 쳐지게!
힘은 확실히 빼는 편이 좋지.
꿰뚫려라. 기세가 수그러지는 저놈을 쫓아.
눈높이를 낮춰라. 나는 가족이 되기에 법적 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 내가 원한다. 법적 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
내가
전부 쳐지게!
내가 원한다.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
다음 놈 나와!
Hey Bellico, do you think we'll get a new Sinner slot in Kanto 10? Do you think we'll go up to having 8 Sinners on the battlefield? You don't think so? What makes you say that? No, I mean number of active slots. Because they increase it every couple of Kantos by the sounds of things. But they've done it like a lot of times before, right? Bellico? Started with like 5, right? They introduced a new one. It's not really that wild. They've done it a lot of times before, right? Let me fact check myself here, but originally you could have 5 Sinners at a time. Trying to find when it was exactly that you changed it to 7 Sinners. Maybe end of Kanto 6? Somewhere between Kanto 6 and Kanto fucking 7.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
꿰뚫려라. 슛! 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이.
Yeah, that's true, Bellico. That's a good point. When did backup start? Was that Kanto? That must be Kanto 7, right? It wasn't Kanto 6. It must have been Kanto 7.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
Kanto 6, 7.
필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 꿰뚫리고 꿰뚫리고.
I don't know, Bellico. I don't know, mate.
정화.
I just know that it wasn't present in Kanto 6, and it was in Kanto 7.
이제 따뜻한 승리는 엎드리도록 쏟아낸다.
Right.
왕의 비호를 가슴 나는 가족이 되게.
I've got the fire team in Grand Blue Fantasy to a point where it can blue chest CA2, Seraphon, so. But I'm still probably not going to do it for a little while. I want to do the Eternals and the other thing. Oh, Spider Origin first.
시험해볼 기회구려. 퍼레이드와 피날레.
목이 피었잖아.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
꿰뚫리고 이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
One day it'll be so sweet in this game to have
적은 이렇게 진리해졌다. 우리의
Princess Radiant.
네가 눈앞에 있다. 이 작살엔 필살의
to
집념이
round out the Blood Fiends. Oh,
담겨 있지.
Dulcinea character.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
목을 내놓으시죠.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
가족이 되기
이제
약하고.
쓸만해졌군.
라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
Kanto 8 they introduced it. Oh, really? The 8.
퍼레이드와
Did I not have backup in Kanto 7?
목이 피었잖아.
Maybe not.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이.
Oh, maybe it was backup in Kanto 7, yeah. Yeah, like every couple of Kantos, they seem to introduce new sinner. But I don't know if that'll be the case for 10. That's why I was asking, because it's been 2 since the last time. Sorry, you got me thinking of backup.
피는 확실히 빼놓으면 좋지.
꿰뚫려라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。逃げそう。
기세가 수그러지는 단 저놈을 추적해.
敵は深手を負っています。
정화.
따뜻한 소리야.
多数討伐確認。
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
効果的な攻撃でした。
목을 내놓으시죠.
+1 Heisho, yeah, true. Oh shit! I did not mean to click that at all.
좋은 요리법이었군.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
It's Smash Bush. Speaking of Donback, he summoned her.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Yeah, it was pretty peak. Yeah.
너, 맛, 최.
効果的な攻撃でした。 ダンテさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비율을
効果的な方法が。敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Change your main menu theme to anything else, yeah? Nah, it's still the anniversary. I like it. Makes me happy when I log in.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
I did unlock the screw word though. So obviously that's given opening to many humorous things. Yeah, you know, like when you can add words to the message on the chat thing. You have a message that you can share with people that you build from words. One of them is screw.
흙을 마실까? 다음 놈 나와!
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
따스한 그래. 눈높이를 낮춰라.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
쓸만해졌고.
I don't know. Not sure. Kinda cool.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어나.
ただならぬ気配を感じます
피날레
Must have been like Hong Lu, maybe?
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
산초류 경을 온 라샹.
Oh, it might have been an ego as well. I think you got the egos, don't you? Not sure. Yeah, it might have been Screw Loose Wallet.
비었잖아.
敵は深手を負っています
We're dueling. Dueling.
파레이드와
Oh.
피날레
Meso tried really hard to shit the bed there.
스며드는군. 왕의 비율을
敵に変化が見られます
파레이드와 피날레 따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비율을
味方が優勢です今こそ勝機をつかむ時です
피 스며드는군. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
엎드리도록.
이제 쓸만해졌군.
Oh, isn't this really good? I forgot this existed. Yeah, we can say that. Oh, a gander of that.
신선한 게 있으면
25 thread for
좋겠네.
background music. Is that good value or bad value?
정화.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
목이 비었잖아.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
이 식구를 크게 마실 걸?
Oh wow! I just realised at some point today, while I was farming on my phone, we got an Eternity Sand.
V 摘出このまま進めましょう
Oh no, we didn't. Never mind. I'm just imagining things.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
I was gonna say that'd be wild. I don't even know what we were farming. It would have had to be yeah, we didn't get one anyway. Just misremembered how many we had left. No worries, Dragon Yoshi. Take care of yourself, my man. Thank you for being here. Hello, Vice. It is indeed Limbus.
早げそう早くろダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
너 말.
Yeah, my brain may want a beer. I am desperate for Eternity Sand. So yeah, maybe treat.
이 작살
Oh, really, Vice? Are you enjoying it? Livers is pretty awesome. The fan base, though, not so much. And Kanto 9, I didn't really like Kanto 9 that much. It's all right. My favorite was Kanto 5. Did you beat the Roses boss? Yeah, I did. Second try, Chef. Just had to learn the fight a little bit. I still fucked it up a bit as well. I definitely could have played it a lot cleaner. Kanto 9 is one of the worst Kantos for me. But it's a very like Marmitey Kanto. Everyone I talk to either really loves it or really doesn't like it because of the like very different storytelling style, right?
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
Oh. 9's down there for me. Probably bottom 3. Yeah, the Intervalo was better. Was way better than the Kanto was. Like I felt like the Intervalo was a better Kanto than the Kanto. The first Intervalo that they did this season was one of the best Intervalos they've done, in my opinion. The second one was alright. Yeah, it was like a shonen anime, which is just very different to their usual storytelling. But there were a few other things I didn't like. There was a lot of like agency taken away from the players by you being paired up with such ridiculously powerful characters. Made a lot of the fights seem really pointless to be a part of. Not one of my favourite RPG tropes. The old OP people with you. You might as well be sat around with your fingers up your ass. I preferred Kanto 2 to Kanto 9, Bellicose, so... You were, but it was only a very small part of the Kanto. Jeff. I did really like Kanto 7. Kanto 7's probably my fourth favorite. Wasn't anything else Astunas could do? Of course there is. It's narrative, it's storytelling. There's all sorts of things the Astunas could have done. Everything is shit pulled out of their ass. It's all made up, Chef. It's all imaginary. It's fantasy. They have weird artifacty things that literally subvert the laws of physics and bend reality to their will, and monsters that roam around doing the same things. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Like what?
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
What do you mean by Pulalei Heng? I don't actually understand what you mean, sorry. Can they invent abnormality that auto-farm your evoker, Solomonis? Now we're talking, mate. Now we're talking.
전부 잡아드리죠.
경을 온 라션.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서북의 피날레다. 왕이
Power related to someone else to help them win. Lei Heng.
흙을 마실 걸?
My memory must be hazy. I don't remember what that has to do with Lei Heng.
敵は深手を負っています
무슨 맛일까?
I remember very little of Ruina. Sadly. Chip.
목이 피었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Mine? My favourite boss in the story. I have a real soft spot for Dulcinea because of the quality time we spent together.
전부 잡아드리죠.
I think my favourite bosses in the story are actually the ones that I just spent ages having to do attempts on. Because they're so memorable to me. Bamboo Hat Kim, Dulcinea.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
I have a real soft spot for both of them.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます
When you're trapped in a room with people for long enough, you know, you get that Stockholm syndrome.
보라를 돌아가기 싫다면
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
効果的な攻撃でした
이제 쓸만해졌고.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
Rain. Oh, Rian. Oh, man, I fucking hate Rian. Fuck that guy. Shit character, shit villain. Get him out. Nah, he means Rian. The knockoff. I despise him. Yeah, worst villain in the chapter, for sure. He's not a bad villain. I don't like the whole, like, oh, it's God told me to do it thing. It's like,
敵は深手を負っています
가족을 위해
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게
I just don't really like the index at all.
확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
My least favorite finger. Would I? Probably not. I kind of doubt most things that are said to me.
전부
I don't think I would blindly listen to anyone. Spend most of the time on here telling people not to blindly listen to people. Not sure about that. A really cool cult? No, it's a shit cult. Where they've got some Wizard of Oz ass looking motherfucker, no doubt, sitting behind a curtain typing out messages to people's pages. Their Blackberries. Isn't that cool? No.
전부 잡아드리죠.
I've seen it. I've seen that sort of thing way too many times in literature. It's not a fun trope for me. Don Quixote was your fave. I like Don Quixote as a villain. Like they weren't. I guess they weren't really a villain. They, well, sort of. It's hard to say. Yeah, I don't even know if that's what is going on, like, confirmed, right? I'm pretty sure it's just some fucking dude. It's just some fucking dude behind a curtain. It's all a lie. It can't be a dude. It couldn't be. Yeah, it could be something that's gained sentience. But whatever it is, it's clearly like, it's clearly not for the greater good. It's going to be for like incredibly selfish motivations. And the Index are all going to be like, oh my god, our whole lives are a lie. Blatantly. I'll be there for it. Head does what he wants, or day one. I don't fucking know. Some Greek god, I don't know. You tell me. You tell me, Dorp, man. I don't think there are gods though, like, right? I don't think there are ever gods mentioned in Limbus. Apart from, you know, unless you count the Index thing. But I don't think that's ever mentioned as like a god. It's meant to be like a higher intelligence. I think when your city looks the way that it does, you probably think that religion has escaped you. Metaphysical people that are born from the river of human collective, cognitive. The head can't just kill them if they're inherently supernatural. I mean, yeah, it's possible. I can see that. I can see something along those lines. That's just out of the head's purview because they're not citizens of the city, pretty much. Presumably, the head has no influence over anything that isn't inherently part of the city. Yeah, it could be anything, really. But I bet it's leading people down a dark path. It's not. It's gonna all be for like the wrong reasons. Well, there's all of the stuff that's in the, what's it called? Is it the outskirts? That has been barely touched upon still, and it sounds like there's all sorts of supernatural shit living out there. That's basically, you're kind of moving into the realms of magic at that point. So there could be literally anything in the world. We don't really know.